In a galaxy far, far away, where twin suns cast long shadows across endless deserts and ancient temples hide secrets that could shatter worlds, darkness has always found a way to take root in the hearts of the innocent. Tonight we embark on a journey through the most haunting origins of evil the galaxy has ever known. A 9-year-old slave boy on Tatooine, gifted with powers beyond imagination, taking his first steps toward becoming the most feared enforcer in galactic history. An ambitious senator from Naboo weaving a web of political deception so masterful that he transforms an entire democracy into his personal empire without firing a single shot. A crimson-faced warrior, cut down in his prime yet surviving through pure hatred alone, his rage burning so intensely that it sustains him through years of madness and agony. But these are not simply tales of monsters and tyrants. These are the stories of beings who once felt love, who once knew hope, who once believed they were destined for greatness. Every villain in this vast saga began as someone's child, someone's student, someone's hope for a better future. Yet somewhere along their journey, in moments of crushing loss, overwhelming fear, or seductive whispers of unlimited power, they made choices that would echo across the stars for generations. What transforms a hero into a monster? What single moment can corrupt a noble heart and turn a protector into a destroyer? How does a democracy die with thunderous applause, and how does a father's love become his greatest weakness? Tonight, you will witness the fall of the Chosen One, whose destiny to bring balance to the Force became a path to its near destruction. You will see how a master manipulator spent decades orchestrating the collapse of peace itself, playing every side against the middle while hiding his true nature behind a grandfather's smile. You will discover how hatred can literally sustain life, how political idealism can be twisted into tyranny, and how the weight of family legacy can crush even the strongest souls. Hey everyone! Tonight we delve into the complete backstories of every major Star Wars villain, crafted as the ultimate sleep-friendly journey through the galaxy's darkest tales. From Darth Vader's tragic fall to Emperor Palpatine's masterful manipulation, from ancient Sith Lords to modern tyrants, we'll explore how ordinary beings became legends of terror and sometimes found their way back to the light. So before you settle in for this epic journey, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel, but only if you genuinely enjoy these deep dives into beloved universes. Your support truly means everything and helps me continue creating these immersive storytelling experiences. And here's something I've noticed: about 79% of the amazing people who watch these videos regularly haven't hit that subscribe button yet. If you're one of them and you'd like to see more content like this, that little subscription would genuinely help this channel grow and reach other fans who crave these kinds of detailed explorations. Also, if you're passionate about RPG lore and fantasy worlds like Fallout, definitely check out my friend's incredible channel Tamriel Tales. I'm genuinely curious and would love to know in the comments where you're listening from tonight and what time it is in your corner of the world. There's something magical about knowing that people from different time zones and continents are all sharing this same story at the same moment. Whether you're winding down after a long day, starting your evening routine, or finding a peaceful moment in your busy life, you're part of this incredible global community of story lovers. Now, make yourself comfortable, dim those lights, maybe turn on a fan for that gentle white noise, and wrap yourself in your coziest blanket. Let your breathing slow, let your mind prepare for the journey ahead. And together we'll explore the origins of darkness in that galaxy, far, far away. Long before the sound of mechanical breathing became the galaxy's most terrifying symphony, long before black armor struck fear into the hearts of rebels and innocents alike, there lived a boy whose only dream was to free his mother from the chains of slavery. His name was Anakin Skywalker, and he was 9 years old when destiny first touched his life on the desert world of Tatooine. Born into bondage under the cruel twin suns, he worked in the junkyard of Watto, a winged Toydarian who owned both mother and child as easily as he owned the spare parts scattered across his cluttered shop. But Anakin was no ordinary slave. His reflexes were impossibly quick, his intuition unnaturally sharp, and he possessed a gift that no other human had ever demonstrated. He could pilot a podracer. The boy didn't know that microscopic organisms called midi-chlorians flowed through his bloodstream in concentrations higher than even Master Yoda's. He didn't understand that he could unconsciously predict the future, that his mechanical genius stemmed from an ability to perceive how the universe itself wanted things to fit together. All Anakin knew was that he was different, and that difference made him dangerous to own yet impossible to ignore. When Qui-Gon Jinn arrived in Watto's shop, the Jedi Master immediately sensed something extraordinary about this sandy-haired child who spoke of dreams where he raced through canyons at impossible speeds and always knew when the sandstorms were coming. After testing the boy's blood, Qui-Gon made a discovery that would reshape galactic history. Anakin's midi-chlorian count exceeded 20,000 per cell. He was not merely force-sensitive. He was, potentially, the chosen one of ancient prophecy, destined to bring balance to the Force by destroying the Sith. But prophecies are dangerous things, especially when they concern a 9-year-old boy who has known only slavery, separation, and the constant fear that tomorrow might bring worse horrors than today. The Jedi Council sensed the darkness swirling around Anakin even during their first meeting. Master Yoda's ancient eyes perceived clouds, fear, and anger in the boy's future. They saw a child old enough to have formed attachments, old enough to remember the taste of loss, yet young enough to be molded by whatever forces reached him first. Despite their misgivings, despite Qui-Gon's death on Naboo, despite every instinct screaming caution, they allowed Obi-Wan Kenobi to take Anakin as his Padawan learner. The Jedi Temple became Anakin's new prison, though its bars were made of rules rather than chains. To suppress your emotions, he was taught, attachment leads to jealousy, jealousy to hate, hate to suffering. Let go of everything you hold dear, for a Jedi must serve all beings equally, loving none more than others. For a boy who had spent his entire life dreaming of the day he could return to save his mother, these teachings felt like a betrayal of everything that made him human. Obi-Wan Kenobi tried his best to guide his young apprentice, but he was barely more than a boy himself when he inherited this enormous responsibility. He taught Anakin lightsaber forms and meditation techniques, force powers and diplomatic protocols, but he could not teach him how to stop dreaming of Shmi Skywalker alone in that slave hovel on Tatooine. He could not silence the nightmares that woke Anakin screaming in the middle of the night, visions of his mother calling his name while shadowy figures dragged her into the darkness. Years passed, and Anakin grew tall and strong and skilled. His lightsaber work became legendary among the Padawans. His piloting abilities defied physics itself. His mechanical innovations revolutionized Jedi technology. Yet the more powerful he became, the more isolated he felt from the order that claimed to be his family. The Jedi taught him to suppress his emotions, but they could not suppress his dreams. They taught him to serve others, but they could not make him stop wondering if his mother still remembered his face. When he was 19, Anakin was assigned to protect Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo, the former queen who had helped free him from slavery a decade earlier. She had grown from a teenage monarch into a woman of extraordinary beauty, intelligence, and compassion. In her presence, Anakin felt truly seen for the first time since leaving Tatooine. She didn't look at him and see the chosen one, or a promising Padawan, or a useful weapon in the Republic's arsenal. She saw simply Anakin, the boy who had risked everything to help strangers, the young man whose smile could light up a room, the person whose heart remained capable of tenderness despite all his training to achieve emotional detachment. Their love bloomed in secret on Naboo's rolling meadows and beside its crystal-clear lakes. For the first time in his life, Anakin felt truly happy. But happiness built on deception carries within it the seeds of its own destruction, and the nightmares about his mother grew stronger with each passing night. In his dreams he heard her voice calling to him, weak and desperate, growing fainter each time until he would wake with tears on his cheeks and terror clawing at his heart. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, Anakin disobeyed direct orders and traveled to Tatooine with Padme. What he found there shattered something fundamental inside his soul. Shmi Skywalker had been captured by Tusken Raiders a month earlier. When Anakin finally tracked them to their desert camp and found his mother barely alive in their primitive torture devices, she died in his arms with a smile of profound relief that her son had grown into such a strong and handsome young man. The rage that consumed Anakin in that moment was not the clean anger of righteous fury. It was something darker, deeper, and infinitely more dangerous. It was the rage of a child who had been abandoned repeatedly by everyone who claimed to love him. The Jedi had taken him from his mother and forbidden him to return. His master treated him like a student rather than a son. The galaxy expected him to save everyone while saving no one who mattered to him personally. That night, in the Tusken Raider camp, Anakin Skywalker committed genocide. He killed them all, the warriors who had tortured his mother, the females who had watched, even the children who had done nothing worse than being born into the wrong tribe. His lightsaber cut through them like they were made of shadows, and with each death, something bright and pure inside him died as well. When he confessed his crime to Padme, she should have run. She should have contacted the Jedi Council. She should have recognized that the gentle boy she had known was becoming something monstrous. Instead, she held him while he wept and told him that to be angry was to be human, that anyone would have done the same thing in his position. Her forgiveness felt like permission, her love like validation, that perhaps the Jedi way was not the only way to honor those we have lost. They married in secret on Naboo, surrounded by flowers and sunlight, and the promise that their love would somehow be strong enough to overcome the darkness gathering around them. Neither understood that by choosing love over duty, attachment over detachment, they had already set in motion the events that would transform the gentle Padawan into the galaxy's most feared enforcer. As the Clone Wars erupted across 1,000 worlds, Anakin became the Jedi's greatest weapon. They called him the hero with no fear, and his victories became the stuff of legend. He saved planets, rescued hostages, and led clone troopers to impossible victories against overwhelming odds. But each triumph came at a cost that the Jedi refused to acknowledge. To become a perfect warrior, Anakin had to embrace the very anger and aggression that the Jedi claimed led to the dark side. The war changed him in ways that meditation and mindfulness could not undo. He learned to kill without hesitation, to make impossible choices about who lived and who died, to carry the weight of millions of deaths on his shoulders while maintaining the facade of serene Jedi composure. The boy who had once raced podraces for the simple joy of speed became a man who calculated casualty reports with mathematical precision. More dangerous still were the conversations with Chancellor Palpatine, the kindly politician who had taken a special interest in Anakin since that first day on Coruscant. While the Jedi Council treated Anakin with suspicious formality, Palpatine welcomed him like a beloved son. The Chancellor listened without judgment when Anakin spoke of his frustrations with the Council's rigid dogma. He offered wisdom without condescension when Anakin struggled with the impossible demands of being both a Jedi and a husband. Most seductively of all, he hinted at knowledge beyond what the Jedi taught, powers that could prevent the kind of losses that had claimed Shmi Skywalker. Palpatine never pushed. He never insisted. He simply planted seeds in fertile soil and waited patiently for them to grow. When Anakin spoke of his desire to save everyone he loved, the Chancellor nodded sympathetically and mentioned ancient techniques that could influence the midi-chlorians to create life itself. When Anakin expressed frustration at the Council's lack of trust, Palpatine agreed that truly gifted individuals were often misunderstood by institutions too small to contain their potential. The nightmares began again during the final year of the Clone Wars, but this time they featured Padme instead of his mother. Night after night, Anakin watched his secret wife die in childbirth, their unborn children perishing with her, while he stood helplessly by, once again too weak to save someone he loved. The visions felt as real as the ones that had shown him his mother's torment, and they filled him with a desperation that made rational thought impossible. When Palpatine finally revealed his true identity as Darth Sidious, Dark Lord of the Sith, Anakin's world collapsed entirely. The kindly grandfather figure who had guided him through his darkest hours was the very evil the Jedi had trained him to destroy. Yet even as horror and betrayal crashed over him, Palpatine offered him exactly what his tortured soul craved most: the power to save Padme, to prevent her death, to finally be strong enough to protect someone he loved. The choice before Anakin was not between good and evil. It was between the Jedi way that had cost him his mother and a darker path that promised to save his wife and children. When Mace Windu arrived to arrest Palpatine, when the purple lightsaber rose to deliver a killing blow that would end the Sith and ensure Padme's death, Anakin made his choice. His own lightsaber severed Windu's hand, and in that moment the last light in Anakin Skywalker's soul flickered and died. What followed was not a gradual corruption, but a complete transformation. Darth Vader was born not from ambition or hatred, but from love twisted into obsession, from the desperate desire to save one life, even if it meant destroying 1,000 others. He marched on the Jedi Temple with a legion of clone troopers at his back, cutting down former friends and innocent younglings with equal mechanical efficiency. Each death carved another piece of his humanity away. Each scream silenced another echo of the boy who had once dreamed of freeing all the slaves in the galaxy. On Mustafar, where he had gone to eliminate the Separatist leaders and end the Clone Wars once and for all, Anakin faced his former master in combat. Obi-Wan had come not as a conqueror, but as a friend, begging Anakin to remember who he had been, to step back from the precipice before it was too late. But it was already too late. The man Obi-Wan had trained no longer existed, replaced by something that wore his face while serving a master who promised power over death itself. Their lightsaber duel raged across rivers of lava and platforms of cooling volcanic rock. Former master and apprentice locked in a battle that neither wanted but both knew must end with one of them dead. When Obi-Wan gained the high ground and warned Anakin not to attempt a desperate attack, the response was not tactical consideration, but the raw fury of someone who had been told his entire life what he could not do, could not have, could not save. Anakin leaped, his lightsaber raised for a killing blow that would eliminate the last obstacle between him and unlimited power. Obi-Wan's blade moved with practiced precision, removing both legs and an arm in a single defensive stroke. The man who had been the chosen one collapsed beside the lava flow, his remaining flesh beginning to burn as his eyes blazed with hatred so pure it seemed to ignite the very air around him. As the flames consumed his body, as agony beyond description racked his nervous system, Anakin Skywalker finally truly died. What Darth Sidious rescued from that hellscape was something else entirely. A fusion of man and machine held together by pain and sustained by the dark side of the Force. The breathing apparatus that kept his ruined lungs functioning became a metronome of menace. The black armor that protected his scarred flesh became a symbol of terror that would haunt the galaxy for decades. When Vader took his first mechanical breath and asked about Padme, Sidious told him the truth that completed his transformation. In his anger, he had killed her. The very person he had fallen to the dark side to save had died by his hand, her heart broken by his choices, her last words, a whispered hope that some trace of good still remained in the man she had loved. That hope sustained her through her final moments, but it could not sustain him. With Padme's death, the last connection to his former self was severed. Darth Vader rose from the operating table, not as a reformed Anakin Skywalker, but as something entirely new. The Emperor's enforcer, the Jedi hunter, the iron fist that would crush any spark of rebellion in the newborn Empire. For nearly 2 decades, he served without question or mercy. He hunted surviving Jedi to the ends of the galaxy, turning former friends into trophies and sacred temples into funeral pyres. He strangled incompetent officers with a gesture, destroyed entire planets to make political points, and ruled through fear so absolute that his mere presence could end conflicts without a shot being fired. Yet even in his darkest hour, even when he seemed most completely consumed by the shadow that had claimed him, Anakin Skywalker was not entirely dead. He slept, buried beneath layers of pain and guilt and mechanical breathing, waiting for someone to call his name and remind him who he had been before the dark side consumed his soul. That someone would prove to be his son, a young man who bore his eyes and his gift with the Force, but who had learned something Anakin never could. That love did not require control, that attachment did not demand ownership, and that sometimes the greatest act of love is letting go. But that reunion lay years in the future, beyond battles yet to be fought, and choices yet to be made. For now, as twin suns set over the desert world where a slave boy had once dreamed of freedom, the galaxy settled into an age of darkness, ruled by an emperor's cunning and enforced by a dark lord's mechanical breath. Each inhalation and exhalation, a reminder of the price of choosing power over peace, fear over faith, and the promise of control over the acceptance of loss. The boy who had wanted to free every slave in the galaxy had become the ultimate slave himself, bound not by chains of metal, but by choices that could never be undone, serving a master who had given him everything he thought he wanted, while taking away everything that had made him human. But who was this master? What kind of being possessed the cunning to corrupt the Chosen One himself? The answer lies not in the obvious darkness of ancient Sith tombs or mystical Force rituals, but in the bright halls of democratic government, where a kindly senator from Naboo spent decades weaving the most elaborate deception in galactic history. But who was this master? What kind of being possessed the cunning to corrupt the Chosen One himself? The answer lies not in the obvious darkness of ancient Sith tombs or mystical Force rituals, but in the bright halls of democratic government, where a kindly senator from Naboo spent decades weaving the most elaborate deception in galactic history. Power is patient. It whispers rather than shouts, smiles rather than threatens, and waits decades for the perfect moment to reveal itself. No being in galactic history understood this truth more completely than Sheev Palpatine, whose transformation from humble public servant to galactic emperor represents the most sophisticated long-term manipulation ever recorded. Born into wealth and privilege on the peaceful world of Naboo, young Sheev displayed an early fascination with political maneuvering that impressed his aristocratic family. His father served in the planetary government, providing the boy with intimate access to the corridors of power from his earliest years. While other children played with simple toys and games, Sheev studied the subtle art of influence, learning to read the desires and fears written in adult faces like an ancient language only he could decipher. But beneath the polished exterior of a promising young politician lurked something far more dangerous. Sheev Palpatine had been born with an extraordinary sensitivity to the Force, though he would spend years carefully hiding this gift from everyone around him. More than mere sensitivity, he possessed an intuitive understanding of the dark side's seductive power, an ability to sense the hidden weaknesses in others' hearts and exploit them with surgical precision. His true education began when he encountered Darth Plagueis the Wise, a Moon Sith Lord who had spent centuries studying the deepest mysteries of the dark side. Plagueis recognized in the young human a potential apprentice of unprecedented cunning and ambition. The ancient Sith had grown tired of crude conquest and primitive displays of power. He sought something more elegant, dominion achieved through manipulation so complete that its subjects would never realize they had been conquered. Under his master's careful tutelage, Sheev learned the ancient ways of the Sith, while simultaneously building his public career as a compassionate advocate for galactic peace and cooperation. The duality became second nature to him. By day he championed legislation protecting the rights of smaller worlds, and spoke eloquently about the need for diplomatic solutions to galactic conflicts. By night he delved into forbidden Sith techniques, learning to manipulate the Force in ways that could cloud minds, inflame passions, and turn allies against each other without their ever suspecting external influence. Plagueis taught him that the Sith had evolved beyond the crude ambitions of their ancient predecessors. No longer would the dark side seek dominion through conquest and terror alone. True power came from control so complete that its subjects believed themselves free, so subtle that they would defend their oppressor against anyone who threatened to liberate them. The perfect tyranny would be one that its victims would fight to preserve. The master and apprentice spent decades laying the groundwork for their ultimate plan, the systematic destruction of the Jedi Order and the transformation of the Democratic Republic into a Sith empire. They infiltrated banking clans with carefully placed agents, manipulated trade routes to create artificial scarcities, and secretly funded both sides of emerging conflicts to create the instability necessary for their eventual rise to absolute power. When the time finally came to eliminate his master, Palpatine struck without hesitation or remorse. Darth Plagueis had taught him well, perhaps too well. The apprentice had learned not only the Sith techniques but also the fundamental truth that had defined their order for millennia. There could be only one master, and the apprentice who failed to kill his teacher had not truly learned the lessons of power. On the night of his election as Chancellor, Palpatine murdered the being who had made his rise possible, claiming both the political victory and the Sith mastery in a single perfectly timed strike. Now calling himself Darth Sidious in the ancient Sith tradition, Palpatine began executing a plan of such staggering complexity that even the wisest Jedi Masters failed to perceive its scope until it was far too late to stop. He would not conquer the Republic through military might or Force lightning. He would convince it to surrender its freedoms willingly, gratefully, with thunderous applause from the very citizens he planned to enslave. His first major move came when he orchestrated the Trade Federation's blockade of his own homeworld. As the newly elected senator from Naboo, Palpatine publicly condemned the trade disputes while secretly directing the very forces that were strangling his planet's economy. The crisis served multiple purposes. It discredited the weak leadership of Supreme Chancellor Valorum, established Palpatine as a sympathetic figure who had suffered personally from Republic corruption, and created the perfect pretext for his eventual rise to executive power. When young Queen Amidala arrived on Coruscant seeking aid for her besieged world, she found in Senator Palpatine exactly what he had carefully crafted himself to be, a wise grandfatherly figure who understood the common people's suffering because he had witnessed it firsthand. His advice to call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum seemed to come from genuine patriotic concern rather than calculated ambition. The girl never suspected that the kind senator offering guidance was the same Dark Lord who had orchestrated her planet's suffering in the first place. The plan unfolded with mechanical precision. Valorum fell, and in the chaos of the resulting power vacuum, Senator Palpatine emerged as a compromise candidate who could unite the fractured Senate. His inaugural address as Supreme Chancellor was a masterpiece of political theater. He spoke of temporary emergency powers, of reluctant leadership accepted only in service to democracy, of his burning desire to return to the simple life of a humble senator once the current crisis had passed. Every word was a lie, and every lie was wrapped in enough truth to make it believable. As Chancellor Palpatine began the delicate work of consolidating power while maintaining the appearance of democratic governance, he created emergency committees that answered only to his office, always with reasonable explanations about efficiency and rapid response capabilities. He appointed loyalists to key military positions, citing their expertise and dedication rather than their personal loyalty. He began cultivating relationships with young Jedi like Anakin Skywalker, positioning himself as a benevolent mentor figure who understood their frustrations better than their own masters. Most brilliantly, he engineered the very conflicts that would justify his increasing authority. As Darth Sidious, he recruited Count Dooku to lead a separatist movement that would threaten Republic unity. As Chancellor Palpatine, he reluctantly accepted expanded powers to meet this grave threat to democracy. The fact that he was secretly controlling both sides of the conflict made him the ultimate winner, regardless of any individual battle's outcome. The Clone Wars that followed were not a conflict between two opposing forces, but a carefully orchestrated tragedy designed to achieve multiple objectives simultaneously. The war would eliminate the Jedi through attrition and exhaustion, turning them from peacekeepers into warriors whose principles would be slowly corrupted by the necessities of combat. It would create a massive military infrastructure that could be turned against the Republic's own citizens when the time came. Most importantly, it would condition the galaxy to accept authoritarian rule as the price of security. Throughout the 3-year conflict, Palpatine played his role to perfection. He appeared reluctant to accept each new emergency power that the Senate thrust upon him, often requiring persuasion from his own supporters before agreeing to measures he had secretly orchestrated. He publicly agonized over the moral costs of war while privately directing campaigns that would maximize suffering and chaos. He cultivated friendships with Jedi leaders like Mace Windu and Yoda, earning their trust even as he prepared for their destruction. His relationship with Anakin Skywalker represented perhaps his greatest achievement in manipulation. The young Jedi's emotional volatility and desperate need for approval made him the perfect target for Palpatine's patient corruption. The Chancellor never directly encouraged Anakin's darker impulses or explicitly criticized Jedi teachings. Instead, he simply listened without judgment when the young man spoke of his frustrations, offered gentle understanding when Anakin struggled with Jedi dogma, and gradually introduced concepts that would prepare fertile ground for later revelations. When Anakin confessed his secret marriage to Padme Amidala, Palpatine reacted not with condemnation, but with knowing sympathy for a young man caught between duty and love. When Anakin spoke of his nightmares about losing those he cherished, the Chancellor mentioned ancient techniques that might prevent such tragedies, never pushing but always planting seeds. Each conversation was carefully calibrated to increase Anakin's dependence on Palpatine's counsel while decreasing his faith in Jedi wisdom. The final phase of the plan required Palpatine to reveal his true identity as a Sith Lord, while simultaneously making that revelation seem like salvation rather than betrayal. When he finally told Anakin about Darth Plagueis and the power to prevent death, he framed it not as an offering of dark side corruption, but as the answer to prayers that the Jedi had refused to hear. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise became not a cautionary tale, but a promise of power that could save everything Anakin held dear. Anakin's transformation into Darth Vader was the keystone that made everything else possible. With his new apprentice leading the assault on the Jedi Temple, Palpatine could simultaneously eliminate the Sith's ancient enemies and establish himself as the betrayed victim of a Jedi coup attempt. Order 66, the directive that turned clone troopers against their Jedi commanders across the galaxy, had been embedded in their programming from the moment of their creation, another patient seed that had waited years to bear its poisonous fruit. The transition from Republic to Empire was accomplished not through conquest but through constitutional amendment. Standing before the assembled Senate, Palpatine transformed himself from emergency dictator to legitimate emperor through a speech that cast the Jedi as traitors and himself as the reluctant guardian of galactic peace. The applause that greeted his proclamation was genuine, born from citizens who truly believed they were witnessing the birth of a more perfect union rather than the death of freedom itself. With the Jedi destroyed and the Republic legally transformed into his personal domain, Emperor Palpatine could finally reveal the full extent of his power. The grandfatherly senator disappeared forever, replaced by a figure of terrible majesty, whose mastery of the dark side had been refined over decades of patient study. His face, no longer hidden behind careful masks of public service, showed the true cost of channeling such power. Skin like pale parchment, eyes like pools of molten sulfur, and an aura of menace that could cow entire star systems with its presence alone. Yet even in his moment of ultimate triumph, Palpatine remained a master of strategic thinking. The empire he created was not a crude tyranny, but a sophisticated system of control that used bureaucracy as efficiently as battleships. Regional governors replaced elected officials, but always with arguments about efficiency and security. Alien species found themselves gradually excluded from positions of power, but always under the guise of promoting stability rather than explicit xenophobia. Dissent was crushed, but usually through legal mechanisms that made rebellion seem like criminal activity rather than political resistance. The Emperor's greatest weapon was not the Death Star or the Imperial fleet, but the simple fact that most citizens genuinely believed his rule was legitimate and necessary. He had not conquered the galaxy. He had convinced it to surrender. The difference meant that his subjects would enforce their own oppression, turning neighbor against neighbor in service to an order they thought they had chosen for themselves. For nearly 2 decades, this system functioned with ruthless efficiency. Worlds that rebelled were crushed not just by imperial forces, but by their own neighbors who saw dissent as ingratitude toward the leader who had brought them peace and prosperity. The few who remembered the old republic were dismissed as nostalgic relics clinging to a system that had failed to protect them from the chaos of war. Palpatine himself seemed to grow more powerful with each passing year, his mastery of the dark side deepening as his empire expanded. He had achieved something no Sith before him had managed: permanent dominion over the galaxy with the willing cooperation of his subjects. The rule of 2 that had guided the Sith for centuries seemed obsolete, replaced by a new paradigm where the Master ruled eternal and unchallenged. But power that depends on deception carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. The lie that had made Palpatine's rise possible, that he served the people rather than himself, would eventually become the truth that destroyed him. When a new generation rose that had not lived through the chaos of the Clone Wars, when young rebels began to question why they lived in fear of their own government, when hope rekindled in the hearts of those who remembered freedom, the Emperor's carefully constructed edifice began to crack. The irony of Palpatine's downfall was that it came not from external conquest, but from the very apprentice he had created to ensure his eternal rule. Darth Vader, the living symbol of the Empire's power, chose love over loyalty and threw his master down a reactor shaft in a moment of redemption that validated everything the Jedi had believed about the possibility of turning away from darkness. Yet even death could not completely end the influence of one who had studied the deepest mysteries of the Force for over half a century. Through techniques learned from his murdered master, through preparations made in secret laboratories on hidden worlds, through the patient cultivation of loyal servants who would continue his work across generations, Palpatine ensured that his vision of galactic order would survive even his physical destruction. But the Emperor's greatest creation, the weapon that had served as both his most trusted enforcer and his ultimate undoing, had not emerged from careful political calculation or patient manipulation. Instead, it had been forged in the fires of ancient Sith tradition, trained from childhood to be the perfect instrument of the dark side's will, only to be cut down and abandoned when a single moment of perceived failure threatened his master's grand design. Long before Anakin Skywalker ever drew breath, before the Clone Wars ravaged the galaxy, before the Republic began its final decline, there existed a weapon of such pure malevolence that even other Sith Lords regarded it with something approaching awe. This weapon had once been a child, taken from his mother's arms on the mysterious world of Dathomir, when he was too young to remember her face, or even his original name. The Night Sisters who ruled Dathomir were ancient practitioners of Force abilities that the Jedi considered dangerously close to the dark side. Their magic flowed from rage and passion rather than serenity and peace, and they had long supplied the Sith with potential apprentices whose natural aggression made them ideal candidates for dark side training. When Darth Sidious arrived, seeking a new tool for his emerging plans, Mother Talzin offered him her most promising son, a red-skinned Zabrak infant whose natural force sensitivity blazed like a bonfire in the astral plane. The child would never know tenderness again. From the moment Sidious claimed him, every aspect of his existence was designed to transform a living being into a weapon of absolute destruction. He was given the name Maul, for he was meant to be a bludgeon against his master's enemies, nothing more complex or nuanced than an instrument of controlled violence. His training began before he could properly walk. While other children learned language and basic motor skills, Maul learned to channel pain into power and fear into fury. Sidious subjected his young apprentice to tortures that would have broken adult minds, forcing him to draw upon the dark side of the Force simply to survive each day's lessons. The boy learned that weakness brought agony, that mercy was a luxury he could never afford, and that his master's approval was the only validation that mattered in a universe designed to crush the inadequate. Physical conditioning formed the foundation of Maul's education. Sidious pushed the young Zabrak beyond normal biological limits, using a combination of advanced medical techniques and dark side enhancement to create a warrior whose speed and strength far exceeded normal sentient capabilities. Maul's bones were systematically broken and reset to increase their density. His muscles were subjected to constant strain that would have crippled ordinary beings. His reflexes were honed through exercises that required him to dodge lethal attacks while blindfolded, relying entirely on Force precognition to avoid death. But the physical transformation was secondary to the psychological reconditioning that remade Maul's entire identity. Sidious systematically eliminated every trace of the child's original personality, replacing natural curiosity with focused hatred, innocent wonder with calculating ruthlessness, and the normal desire for connection with an absolute dedication to his master's will. Maul was taught that he existed for one purpose: to serve as the instrument through which Darth Sidious would reclaim the galaxy for the Sith. The training extended far beyond combat techniques, though Maul's prowess with traditional Sith weapons became legendary even among the Dark Lords of ancient history. Sidious recognized that future conflicts would require subtlety as well as strength, so he educated his apprentice in espionage, infiltration, and the psychological manipulation of enemies. Maul learned to move through civilized space without detection, to assume false identities that could fool even Force-sensitive opponents, and to strike with such precision that his targets would be eliminated before they even realized they were under attack. Most significantly, Sidious taught Maul to construct and wield a double-bladed lightsaber, a weapon that had not been seen in the galaxy for centuries. The design required extraordinary coordination and spatial awareness, as the wielder had to control two plasma blades simultaneously, while ensuring that neither struck his own body during combat. For most Force users, such a weapon would be impossibly dangerous to wield effectively, but Maul's training had eliminated normal human limitations, replacing them with mechanical precision and supernatural awareness that made him capable of feats that seemed to defy physics itself. The double-bladed lightsaber became more than just a weapon. It became an extension of Maul's very being. He practiced with it for hours each day, developing forms and techniques that existed nowhere in Jedi or Sith archives. His style blended traditional lightsaber combat with acrobatic techniques learned from his Zabrak heritage and martial arts disciplines that Sidious had acquired from across the galaxy. The result was a form of combat that was as beautiful as it was deadly, a dance of death that could mesmerize opponents even as it destroyed them. Years passed in this brutal education, and the child who had been taken from Dathomir ceased to exist entirely. In his place stood something that was barely recognizable as a sentient being, a creature of pure purpose, shaped by suffering into the perfect expression of the dark side's destructive potential. Maul felt no joy, no curiosity, no desire for anything beyond the completion of his assigned tasks and the rare moments when his master expressed satisfaction with his performance. When Sidious finally deemed his weapon ready for deployment, he chose a mission that would test every aspect of Maul's training while serving the larger goals of the Sith's grand design. The Trade Federation's blockade of Naboo had created exactly the crisis that Sidious needed to advance his political career, but the plan required the elimination of specific individuals who might interfere with the careful orchestration of events. Most critically, the Jedi Knights who had been sent to negotiate with the Trade Federation represented a potential threat to the entire scheme. Maul's assignment was elegantly simple. Kill the Jedi before they could unravel Sidious's involvement in the crisis, but do so in a manner that would appear to be the action of mysterious dark side cultists rather than evidence of a surviving Sith presence. The Jedi had believed the Sith extinct for over 1,000 years, and that misconception was crucial to Sidious's long-term plans. If the Jedi realized that the Sith had returned, they would begin actively searching for evidence of Sith involvement in galactic affairs, potentially exposing Sidious's dual identity before his political manipulations could bear fruit. The mission brought Maul face to face with Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, two Jedi whose reputations for skill and wisdom were known throughout the galaxy. For most beings, the prospect of facing two experienced Jedi Masters simultaneously would have been tantamount to suicide. For Maul, it represented the culmination of everything he had been created to accomplish. Their first encounter, in the desert wastes of Tatooine, served as both reconnaissance and psychological warfare. Maul revealed himself just long enough to demonstrate his capabilities and establish his threat level, then withdrew before the confrontation could escalate to its inevitable conclusion. The brief exchange told him everything he needed to know about his targets, Qui-Gon's unorthodox fighting style and willingness to take risks, Obi-Wan's more traditional approach and fierce loyalty to his master, and most importantly, the emotional bond between them that could be exploited during their final confrontation. The stage for that confrontation was set in the ancient halls of Naboo's royal palace, where the crisis that had begun with trade disputes was finally approaching its climax. As Queen Amidala's forces moved to retake their world and the Trade Federation's leaders prepared for their final gambit, Maul positioned himself in the palace's generator complex, a maze of walkways and energy barriers that would serve as the perfect arena for the duel that would define his existence. When Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan finally confronted him there, Maul felt something approaching satisfaction for the first time in his life. This was the moment his entire existence had been building toward, the chance to prove that Sidious's faith in his abilities had been justified, that the years of suffering and transformation had created something truly worthy of the Sith legacy. The lightsaber duel that followed became the stuff of legend, a confrontation between different philosophies of force usage that played out with lethal beauty across the generator complex's dangerous terrain. Maul's double-bladed weapon carved through the air with mechanical precision, each strike calculated to maximize damage while maintaining perfect defensive positioning. His acrobatic fighting style allowed him to use the complex's architecture as both weapon and shield, leaping across gaps and scaling walls with fluid grace while maintaining relentless offensive pressure against both opponents simultaneously. For a time, it seemed that Sidious's faith in his creation had been well placed. Maul fought both Jedi to a standstill, demonstrating capabilities that forced them to acknowledge that they faced something entirely outside their previous experience. His combination of raw power, technical skill, and absolute ruthlessness created a combat dynamic that pushed both Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan beyond their normal limits. But the Force moves in mysterious ways, and even the most perfectly crafted weapon can fail when faced with unexpected variables. The moment that defined Maul's fate came when the battle's flow separated him from Obi-Wan, leaving him in single combat with Qui-Gon Jinn. The older Jedi Master's unorthodox approach to lightsaber combat created openings that more traditional fighters would never have attempted to exploit. In a moment of perfect timing and absolute commitment, Qui-Gon managed to penetrate Maul's defenses, driving his lightsaber through the Sith apprentice's torso. The wound should have been instantly fatal, and for a brief moment, Maul experienced something he had never felt before, the genuine possibility that he might fail his master. The sensation triggered a rage so pure and concentrated that it actually sustained his life through injuries that would have killed any normal being. Drawing upon reserves of dark side power that he had never accessed before, Maul struck back with his remaining strength, driving his own weapon through Qui-Gon's body in a final act of defiant fury. But even as he achieved this Pyrrhic victory, Maul realized that his situation had become untenable. Obi-Wan's reaction to his master's death transformed the young Padawan into something Maul had never faced before, a Jedi driven by pure emotional fury, channeling his grief and rage into combat capabilities that exceeded his normal limitations. Their final exchange was brutally brief, ending with Obi-Wan's lightsaber severing Maul's body at the waist and sending both halves tumbling into the reactor shaft's seemingly bottomless depths. As he fell through the darkness, feeling his life fade with each passing second, Maul experienced something that his training had never prepared him for. The terrible realization that he had failed not just his mission, but his very reason for existence. Sidious had created him to be the perfect weapon, and he had been defeated by a mere Padawan driven by emotions that the Sith supposedly understood better than anyone. But hatred, it turned out, was stronger than death itself. The power of the dark side, fueled by rage so absolute that it transcended physical limitations, sustained Maul's consciousness even as his body fell into the industrial underworld of Naboo. For days he lay in the darkness, his severed torso kept alive by sheer force of will and an absolute refusal to accept that his story could end in failure. Eventually, Maul found himself transported to Lotho Minor, a junk world where the galaxy's refuse was processed and recycled. There, in caves formed from discarded starship hulls and abandoned machinery, he underwent a transformation that was even more profound than his original training under Sidious. Improvised cybernetic legs, cobbled together from scraps and powered by his own force abilities, replaced his lost lower body. More importantly, years of isolation and madness refined his connection to the dark side in ways that his formal training never could have achieved. The Maul who eventually clawed his way back to relevance was no longer the perfect weapon that Sidious had created. Instead, he had become something far more dangerous, a being driven by personal obsession rather than obedient service, whose hatred had evolved beyond simple dedication to his master into something approaching a force of nature unto itself. Yet for all his power and terrifying capability, Maul remained a creature defined by others' purposes rather than his own vision. His rage, though pure and sustaining, was ultimately reactive rather than creative. He could destroy with unmatched efficiency, but he could not build anything lasting to replace what he had torn down. In this way, he embodied both the strength and the fundamental limitation of the dark side itself, unlimited potential for destruction, coupled with an inability to create anything that would endure beyond the moment of its victory. But in the vast tapestry of galactic history, even reactive forces could reshape the destiny of civilizations, especially when they drew their power from wells of ancient knowledge that predated both the modern Jedi and the contemporary Sith by thousands of years. 4 millennia before the rise of the Empire, before the name Skywalker carried any significance, before the modern Sith had learned to hide in shadows while manipulating galactic politics, there lived a Jedi whose choices would echo across the ages and whose story would become the foundation upon which all future understanding of redemption and fall would be built. His name was Revan, and his legend begins not with darkness, but with the purest intentions of a young Jedi Knight who loved the Republic so deeply that he was willing to sacrifice everything, including his own soul, to save it from destruction. The galaxy of Revan's time was a very different place from the one that would later witness the rise of Palpatine and the fall of Anakin Skywalker. The Jedi Order was larger, more confident in its role as the Republic's guardians, and more willing to engage directly in galactic affairs. The Sith were thought to be extinct, having destroyed themselves in endless internal conflicts that the Jedi assumed had eliminated their ancient enemies forever. It was an age of expansion and optimism, when the Republic's ideals seemed strong enough to overcome any challenge the galaxy might present. But even in those halcyon days, evil found ways to test the resolve of good beings, and the greatest threat the galaxy had faced in generations was approaching from the unknown regions in the form of the Mandalorian clans. The Mandalorians were a warrior culture whose entire identity revolved around the concept of honorable combat and the conquest of worthy opponents. For them, war was not merely a tool of policy, but a sacred calling that defined their very existence. Under the leadership of Mandalore the Ultimate, they had spent years conquering worlds in the Outer Rim, building their strength and testing their capabilities against increasingly sophisticated opponents as they prepared for their ultimate target, the Republic itself. When the Mandalorian Wars finally began in earnest, they revealed a fundamental weakness in the Jedi Order's philosophy that would have consequences extending far beyond any individual conflict. The Jedi Council, led by Master Vrock and other traditionalists, refused to become involved in what they saw as a secular conflict between political entities. They believed that the Jedi's role was to maintain peace through wisdom and diplomacy, not to serve as soldiers in wars that might have complex causes and questionable objectives. This decision to remain neutral while the Republic's outer territories burned was logical from the Council's perspective, but it was devastating to younger Jedi who watched helplessly as entire worlds fell to Mandalorian conquest. Among those most affected by the Council's inaction was a brilliant young knight whose strategic mind and charismatic personality had already marked him as a potential leader of the next generation. Revan had been raised in the Jedi Temple from early childhood, trained in traditional Jedi arts by masters who recognized his exceptional potential. His understanding of the Force was both deep and intuitive, his lightsaber skills were formidable, and his ability to inspire others was remarkable even by Jedi standards. But what set him apart from his peers was his capacity for strategic thinking on a galactic scale, combined with an absolute dedication to protecting innocent life regardless of political considerations. When the Mandalorian advance reached Republic core worlds and the death toll began mounting into the billions, Revan made a decision that would reshape galactic history. Despite explicit orders from the Jedi Council to remain neutral, he began secretly organizing Jedi Knights who shared his conviction that the Order's duty to protect life superseded its obligation to remain politically uninvolved. The recruitment process was careful and methodical, as Revan understood that he was essentially organizing a schism within the Jedi Order itself. He sought out knights whose compassion for suffering beings outweighed their respect for institutional authority, individuals who possessed both the moral courage to defy the Council and the combat skills necessary to make a difference in the war's outcome. Among his first and most important recruits was Malak, a fellow knight whose aggressive fighting style and unquestioning loyalty made him an ideal lieutenant for what was essentially a rebellion within the Jedi ranks. Where Revan provided strategic vision and inspirational leadership, Malak offered tactical expertise and the kind of ruthless efficiency that war demanded. Together they became the nucleus around which a new faction of Jedi would coalesce. The moment when Revan finally broke with the Council came during a meeting where Masters Vrook and Atris explicitly forbade any Jedi involvement in the Mandalorian conflict. Revan's response was both respectful and defiant. He acknowledged the Council's wisdom in general terms, while making it clear that his conscience would not allow him to stand idle while innocents died. When he walked out of that chamber, he took nearly a third of the Order's active knights with him. The Revanchists, as they came to be known, threw themselves into the war with a dedication that bordered on obsession. Revan's strategic genius proved itself time and again as he orchestrated campaigns that drove the Mandalorians back from world after world, often achieving victories that seemed impossible given the resources at his disposal. His ability to inspire both Jedi and Republic soldiers created a unity of purpose that the divided Mandalorian clans found increasingly difficult to counter. But war changes everyone who participates in it, and the Jedi who had left the temple to save lives found themselves forced to take lives on an unprecedented scale. Each victory required increasingly harsh tactics. Each campaign demanded choices that would have been unthinkable in peacetime, and each day of conflict pushed the Revanchists further from the philosophical foundations that had originally motivated their rebellion. Revan himself bore the heaviest burden of these necessary compromises. As the war's supreme commander, every strategic decision ultimately rested with him, and the mathematics of military conflict often demanded the sacrifice of smaller populations to save larger ones, the destruction of enemy infrastructure that civilians depended upon, and the cultivation of fear as a weapon against opponents who respected nothing but strength. The turning point, in both the war and Revan's personal journey, came when his forces discovered evidence of a greater threat lurking behind the Mandalorian invasion. Deep in conquered Mandalorian space, Revan and Malak found ancient star maps that pointed towards something called the Star Forge, a massive space station constructed by the long-dead Rakata species that possessed the ability to create virtually unlimited fleets of warships powered by the dark side of the Force itself. More disturbing still was the revelation that the Mandalorian Wars had been orchestrated from the beginning by surviving members of the ancient Sith Empire, beings who had manipulated Mandalore the Ultimate into attacking the Republic as part of a larger strategy to weaken both civilizations and prepare the galaxy for Sith reconquest. The knowledge that everything he had fought for, every compromise he had made, every life he had taken had been part of someone else's grand design, drove Revan to a decision that would define the remainder of his story. Rather than return to the Republic with warnings about the Sith threat, he chose to pursue the Star Forge himself, convinced that only by claiming this ultimate weapon could he ensure that the galaxy would be strong enough to resist whatever other threats might emerge from the unknown regions. The pursuit led Revan and his closest followers deep into uncharted space, where they encountered not just the Star Forge, but the remnants of the Sith Empire that had created the crisis in the first place. What they found there challenged every assumption they had held about the nature of the Force, the history of galactic civilization, and their own role in the cosmic balance between light and darkness. The ancient Sith were not the crude dark-siders of later eras, but sophisticated philosopher warriors who had developed a comprehensive understanding of the Force that encompassed both its light and dark aspects. They offered Revan and his followers knowledge that the modern Jedi had lost, power that could reshape the galaxy according to their will, and most seductively, the promise that they could create a perfect order that would prevent the kind of chaos and suffering that had characterized the Mandalorian Wars. The temptation was overwhelming, especially for beings who had already compromised many of their original principles in service to what they believed was a greater good. One by one, Revan's followers embraced the Sith teachings, convinced that the dark side offered more effective tools for protecting the galaxy than the Jedi's passive philosophy ever could. Revan himself underwent the most profound transformation of all. Taking the title Darth Revan, he claimed the Star Forge and began building a Sith empire that would surpass anything the galaxy had ever seen. But his vision was not one of simple conquest or domination. Instead, he sought to create a perfect authoritarian state that would be strong enough to face any external threat while providing security and prosperity for all its citizens. The Jedi Civil War that followed was unlike any conflict the galaxy had previously witnessed. Where the Mandalorian Wars had been a straightforward struggle between two different civilizations, the new conflict pitted former allies against each other in a tragedy that tore apart families, destroyed ancient friendships, and forced every sentient being in the galaxy to choose between competing visions of galactic governance. Revan's Sith Empire was efficient, technologically advanced, and remarkably successful at providing the stability and security that many war-weary worlds craved. But it was also ruthlessly authoritarian, crushing dissent with mechanical efficiency and demanding absolute loyalty from all its subjects. The man who had once defied the Jedi Council to save innocent lives had become someone who would sacrifice any number of individuals to preserve the system he had created. The end came not through military victory, but through betrayal from within Revan's own ranks. Malak, his oldest friend and most trusted lieutenant, had grown increasingly disturbed by what he saw as Revan's gradual drift toward genuine darkness. When the opportunity presented itself during a battle with a Jedi strike team, Malak ordered his ships to fire upon Revan's flagship while his master was engaged in lightsaber combat with Jedi attackers. The betrayal succeeded in its immediate objective. Revan was critically injured and captured by the Jedi, his connection to the Starforge severed, and his empire left leaderless at a crucial moment in the war. But Malak's assumption of power proved that he had learned all too well from his former master's example, and the new Dark Lord's rule was far more brutal and destructive than Revan's had ever been. What followed was perhaps the most controversial decision in Jedi history. Rather than executing Revan or imprisoning him for life, the Jedi Council chose to wipe his memories and reconstruct his personality, essentially killing the Sith Lord and creating a new person in his place. The technique was untested and ethically questionable, but it offered the possibility of redemption for someone whose fall had been motivated by noble intentions rather than simple evil. The reborn Revan retained his exceptional abilities, but had no memory of his years as a Sith Lord. Gradually reintroduced to Jedi teachings and carefully guided by handlers who knew his true identity, he began a new life as a champion of the light side, working to undo the damage his previous incarnation had caused. The discovery of his true identity came as a devastating shock that challenged everything he had come to believe about himself and his place in the galaxy. The revelation that he had been responsible for years of galactic suffering, that he had betrayed everything he once held sacred, and that his current heroic identity was essentially an artificial construction created by Jedi mind manipulation, pushed him to the brink of madness. But rather than surrender to despair or embrace his former darkness, Revan made a choice that would define his ultimate legacy. He chose to accept responsibility for his past while committing himself to a different future, proving that redemption was possible even for those who had fallen furthest from grace. His final confrontation with Malak aboard the Starforge became a battle not just between former friends, but between different philosophies of power and redemption. Malak represented the irredeemable corruption of good intentions, while Revan embodied the possibility that even the worst mistakes could be overcome through genuine repentance and renewed dedication to higher ideals. The victory that followed was both personal and galactic in scope. With Malak's death and the Starforge's destruction, the Sith Empire collapsed, ending the Civil War and allowing the Republic to begin rebuilding. But for Revan personally, the victory represented something even more significant, proof that identity was defined not by past actions but by present choices, that redemption was always possible for those willing to pay its price, and that love was stronger than hate, hope more enduring than fear. The legend of Revan became a foundation stone for all future understanding of the Force's dual nature. His story proved that the line between light and dark was not absolute, that good people could make terrible choices, and that those choices did not have to define them forever. It established the precedent that even Sith Lords could be redeemed, that the dark side's corruption was not necessarily permanent, and that the power of choice remained the most important force in the galaxy. His influence would echo across the millennia that followed, inspiring future generations to believe in the possibility of redemption even in the galaxy's darkest hours. But the ancient Sith knowledge that had tempted Revan toward darkness had not died with the Starforge's destruction, and somewhere in the depths of space, other servants of Shadow were learning lessons that would make Revan's empire seem like a benevolent dictatorship by comparison. In the aftermath of the Jedi Civil War, as the Republic struggled to rebuild from the devastation that Revan and Malak had unleashed, the galaxy faced a threat so profound and alien that it challenged the very understanding of what the Force could become when pushed beyond all natural limits. This threat did not emerge from ambition or ideology, but from something far more primal and terrifying, pure, insatiable hunger given form and consciousness. The being that would become known as Darth Nihilus had once been human, though by the time his legend spread across the stars, so little remained of his original identity that even he had forgotten his true name. His transformation began during the final battle of the Mandalorian Wars on the world of Malachor Vir, where the Republic's desperation to end the conflict led to the deployment of a weapon so devastating that its effects would ripple through the Force for generations to come. The mass shadow generator was the brainchild of brilliant but morally compromised scientists who had concluded that conventional warfare could never defeat the Mandalorian warrior culture. Instead of simply destroying enemy fleets or armies, the device would tear apart the very fabric of space-time itself, creating a gravitational anomaly that would crush entire fleets and their crews into a single point of infinite density. The weapon worked exactly as designed, ending the Mandalorian threat in a single catastrophic moment that claimed millions of lives on both sides of the conflict. But the Force, that energy field that binds all living things together, does not simply absorb such massive loss of life without consequence. The sudden death of so many Force-sensitive beings in a single location created what can only be described as a wound in the fabric of reality itself, a place where the normal flow of life energy had been not just interrupted but inverted, turned back upon itself, in ways that violated the fundamental laws governing the relationship between life and death. The human who would become Nihilus was among the few survivors of Malachor V's destruction, but survival came at a cost that made death seem merciful by comparison. The wound in the Force had not simply touched him, it had fundamentally altered his very essence, transforming him into something that existed in a state of constant spiritual starvation, where other beings drew sustenance from food, water, and air. Nihilus found himself dependent upon the Force itself for survival, and not just any manifestation of the Force, but the life energy of other sentient beings. The hunger that consumed him was unlike anything previously recorded in Jedi or Sith lore. It was not a desire for power or knowledge that could be satisfied through study or conquest, but a literal biological need that grew stronger with each feeding and could never be permanently satisfied. The more Force energy Nihilus consumed, the more he required, creating a cycle of escalating appetite that would eventually threaten every living being in the galaxy. Initially, the transformation manifested as a gradual weakening of his physical form. His body began to waste away as his dependence on Force energy increased, until eventually his consciousness became detached from flesh entirely, existing as a pure expression of hunger held together only by his mask and robes. The ornate Sith mask he wore was not merely ceremonial but served as an anchor for his disembodied essence, the only thing preventing his complete dissolution into the cosmic void he had become. The robes that draped his non-existent form were similarly functional, serving as a physical framework that allowed others to perceive and interact with what was essentially a walking absence, a hole in reality shaped like a man. Those who encountered Nihilus described the unsettling experience of looking at him and seeing something that their minds insisted should not exist, a violation of natural law that caused instinctive revulsion even in those who had never heard of the Force. As his condition progressed, Nihilus discovered that he possessed abilities that surpassed even the most powerful Sith Lords of ancient history. He could drain the life force from individual targets with a thought, leaving behind desiccated corpses that showed no signs of physical trauma. More terrifyingly, he learned to extend this ability across vast distances, eventually developing the capacity to consume the entire population of planets without ever setting foot on their surfaces. The technique that would make him infamous throughout the galaxy involved channeling his hunger through the Force on a planetary scale, reaching out across space to touch every living mind on a target world simultaneously. The victims would feel a moment of profound cold as their life energy was torn from their bodies and drawn across the void to feed the insatiable void that Nihilus had become. Cities would fall silent in minutes, their populations reduced to empty shells, while their life force traveled light years to sustain a being who could never truly be satisfied. But perhaps most disturbing of all was Nihilus's relationship with the massive Sith warship that served as his mobile base of operations. The Ravager had been damaged during one of his early feeding sessions, its crew consumed along with the population of whatever world they had been orbiting. Rather than repair the vessel through conventional means, Nihilus had used his own dark power to animate its wreckage, creating a ship crewed entirely by the undead remnants of those he had devoured. The vessel drifted through space like a ghost ship from ancient legends, its hull held together by the same dark energy that sustained its master. The crew members moved through their duties with mechanical precision, their personalities and memories erased but their technical knowledge intact, creating a perfectly efficient if profoundly unsettling operational environment. Visitors to the Ravager reported an overwhelming sense of wrongness, as if the very atoms of the ship remembered the horror of their crew's consumption and recoiled from contact with living beings. Nihilus himself rarely left the ship's command bridge, where he sat in meditation that was less spiritual contemplation than a constant struggle to maintain control over his own destructive nature. Even in periods of apparent calm, the hunger gnawed at him with increasing intensity, demanding ever greater sacrifices to maintain his existence. The irony of his condition was not lost on him. He had become the most powerful Force user in the known galaxy, capable of destroying entire civilizations with a thought, yet he was also the most enslaved, bound by needs that grew stronger with each passing day. His hunting pattern followed the distribution of Force-sensitive populations across the galaxy, as these individuals provided more nourishment per victim than ordinary beings. This led him to specifically target Jedi enclaves and Sith academies, making him a threat to both sides of the traditional light-dark dichotomy. Survivors of his attacks reported that he seemed to take particular satisfaction in consuming those who had dedicated their lives to understanding the Force, as if their deeper connection to cosmic energy made them more nutritious prey. The few Jedi who managed to escape encounters with Nihilus brought back reports that defied belief. They described watching him extend his hand toward a planet's surface and seeing the glow of cities dim and die as billions of lives were snuffed out in moments. They spoke of the terrible silence that followed his feeding, when worlds that had buzzed with the background hum of billions of minds suddenly became as quiet as tombs. What made Nihilus even more dangerous was his growing understanding of his own abilities and their potential applications. He began experimenting with partial drainage, learning to consume just enough life force from his victims to weaken them without killing them, creating armies of depleted beings who could serve his purposes while still providing occasional nourishment. He discovered that he could establish permanent feeding connections with powerful Force users, slowly drawing upon their energy over extended periods rather than consuming them all at once. Most chillingly, he learned to reproduce his condition in others, though the process required such precise control that he rarely bothered with it. The few beings he did transform into lesser versions of himself became his most trusted servants, bound to him not through loyalty or fear, but through shared hunger that could only be satisfied by following his example of cosmic predation. The galaxy's attempts to oppose him proved largely futile, as conventional military tactics were useless against an opponent who could eliminate entire fleets by consuming their crews from across star systems. Even other Sith Lords found themselves unable to match his raw power, though some attempted to form alliances with him in hopes of directing his appetite toward their enemies rather than themselves. The threat Nihilus represented extended beyond the immediate loss of life he caused. His very existence suggested that the Force itself could be corrupted and inverted, transformed from a source of life and growth into an instrument of cosmic predation. Jedi scholars who studied reports of his activities began to question fundamental assumptions about the nature of the Force, wondering if there were other ways that the cosmic energy field could be perverted or weaponized that they had never imagined. His influence on the survivors of worlds he had partially drained was equally disturbing. These individuals often developed an obsessive hunger of their own, though they lacked the ability to satisfy it through Force consumption. Instead, they became consumed with various forms of material acquisition or sensory experience, as if trying to fill the spiritual void that his feeding had left behind. Entire planetary populations became addicted to increasingly extreme forms of stimulation, creating societies built around the pursuit of sensation rather than meaning or purpose. The end of Nihilus's reign of terror came not through military defeat, but through a confrontation with the one type of being. He could not simply consume someone who existed outside the normal flow of the Force entirely. The Jedi exile, herself wounded by the same catastrophe that had created Nihilus, possessed a unique resistance to his feeding abilities that allowed her to approach him without being immediately drained. Their final battle aboard the Ravager became less a duel between opposing warriors than a collision between two different types of Force anomaly. Where Nihilus represented hunger given form, the exile embodied the capacity to exist independently of the Force's flow, creating a natural immunity to his consumption abilities. The confrontation that followed tested not just their individual power, but their fundamental natures as expressions of different ways the Force could be wounded or altered. The destruction of Nihilus and his ship marked the end of one of the galaxy's darkest chapters, but the implications of his existence continued to resonate through subsequent generations. He had proven that the Force was not inherently beneficial, that its power could be turned not just toward evil purposes, but toward the negation of life itself. His legacy served as a warning that power without restraint inevitably became power turned against existence itself. The memory of worlds silenced in moments, of populations consumed to feed an insatiable hunger, became part of the galaxy's collective nightmare. Even centuries later, spacers would avoid certain star systems where his feeding had been particularly intense, claiming that the background radiation still carried echoes of the screams of the consumed. Whether these reports had any basis in reality, or were simply the products of traumatized imaginations, they spoke to the lasting impact of a being who had challenged the galaxy's basic understanding of what the Force could become when pushed beyond all natural limits. Yet even Nihilus, for all his terrible power and cosmic hunger, represented only one possible extreme of Force corruption. In the ancient archives of the Sith, other names waited to be rediscovered, other cautionary tales that would remind future generations that the path to ultimate power was littered with the remnants of those who had sought to transcend the normal limitations of existence, only to discover that some boundaries exist for reasons that become apparent only after they have been crossed. Chief among these cautionary tales stands the legend of Exar Khorne, whose fall from grace occurred thousands of years before even Revan's time, in an age when the galaxy was younger and the boundaries between the light and dark sides of the Force were less clearly defined. His story serves as the archetypal warning about the seductive nature of forbidden knowledge and the terrible price that awaits those who believe themselves wise enough to master powers that were never meant for mortal understanding. Unlike the calculated political manipulator that Palpatine would become, or the tortured soul that drove Anakin to darkness, Exar Kun's corruption stemmed from the most dangerous motivation of all, intellectual pride, coupled with insatiable curiosity. He was a brilliant student who became convinced that Jedi Order's restrictions on Force study were not protective measures, but arbitrary limitations imposed by masters who feared being surpassed by their pupils. Born on the world of Coruscant during the height of the Old Republic's Golden Age, Kun displayed remarkable aptitude for Force manipulation from his earliest years in the Jedi Temple. His masters recognized his potential, but also sensed in him a dangerous hunger for knowledge that went beyond healthy scholarly interest. Where other students were content to master the techniques they were taught, Kun constantly pushed for access to deeper mysteries, more ancient texts, more powerful applications of Force energy. His primary instructor was Master Vodosiusk Baz, an ancient Kravaki whose species' natural longevity had allowed him to accumulate centuries of wisdom about the Force and its applications. Baz recognized both Kun's exceptional gifts and the pride that made him dangerous, attempting to channel the young man's ambitions toward constructive ends while keeping him away from the more dangerous aspects of Force lore. But restriction only intensified Kun's desire for forbidden knowledge. He began conducting unauthorized research in the Temple's deepest archives, seeking out references to Sith techniques and ancient power sources that the Jedi had deliberately suppressed. His studies led him to discover fragmentary records of the Great Hyperspace War, a conflict from the distant past when the Sith Empire had nearly conquered the Republic through the use of Force powers that modern Jedi considered too dangerous to study. The more he learned about these suppressed techniques, the more convinced Kun became that the Jedi Order was deliberately limiting his potential. He argued with increasing vehemence that knowledge itself could not be evil, that understanding dark side techniques would make him better able to oppose them when they were used by genuine enemies. His master's warnings about the corrupting influence of such studies only reinforced his belief that they were trying to keep him from achieving his full potential. The breaking point came when Kun gained access to a Sith holocron that had been sealed in the Temple's most restricted vault. The ancient device contained the accumulated knowledge of Marka Ragnas, a Sith Lord whose mastery of both lightsaber combat and Force manipulation had made him one of history's most formidable dark side practitioners. The holocron's gatekeeper, a preserved echo of Ragnas's consciousness, immediately recognized Kun's potential and began subtly encouraging his growing dissatisfaction with Jedi limitations. Unlike the crude temptations that later Sith would employ, Ragnas's approach was sophisticated and intellectually appealing. He presented dark side techniques not as evil practices, but as natural extensions of Force study that the Jedi had artificially declared forbidden. He argued that true mastery required understanding both aspects of the Force, that limiting oneself to only light side techniques was like trying to understand music by listening to only half the notes. The seduction worked precisely because it appealed to Kun's greatest strength and his greatest weakness simultaneously. His brilliant mind could indeed grasp the theoretical frameworks that Ragnas presented, and his natural Force sensitivity allowed him to begin experimenting with techniques that would have destroyed less gifted students. But his intellectual pride prevented him from recognizing that his growing power was changing him in fundamental ways, that each use of dark side energy was subtly altering his personality and priorities. The first dramatic manifestation of his transformation occurred during a lightsaber duel with his master, Vodosiusk Baz. The contest had been arranged as a routine training exercise, but Kun's increasing arrogance and his secret study of Sith combat techniques turned it into something far more serious. When Baz began to gain the upper hand through superior experience and technique, Kun instinctively reached for the dark side powers he had been secretly practicing. The result was devastating. Dark energy coursed through Khan's lightsaber, transforming it from a tool of defense into an instrument of pure destruction. The enhanced weapon cut through Badz's defenses with ease, leaving the ancient master defeated and deeply disturbed by what his student had become. The victory should have been a moment of triumph for Khan, but instead it marked the point of no return in his fall toward darkness. Recognizing that he could no longer remain at the temple without facing immediate censure or expulsion, Khan made the decision that would define the rest of his existence. He would leave the Jedi Order entirely and seek out the original sources of Sith knowledge, learning directly from the ancient sites and artifacts that had given birth to the dark side traditions he found so compelling. His journey led him deep into the galaxy's unexplored regions, following clues from the holocron and ancient star charts that pointed toward worlds where the original Sith species had developed their Force techniques. These expeditions were dangerous not just because of the hostile environments he encountered, but because each step deeper into Sith territory exposed him to increasingly powerful manifestations of dark side energy that tested his mental defenses and moral foundations. On the ancient Sith homeworld of Korriban, Khan discovered tombs and temples that had been built to channel and amplify dark side power across planetary distances. The architecture itself was designed to corrupt visitors with geometric patterns and acoustic properties that induced the precise mental states necessary for dark side manipulation. Simply walking through these structures began to alter Khan's consciousness, opening him to influences and perspectives that would have been impossible to access through normal meditation. But it was on the jungle moon of Yavin 4 that Khan found his true calling and his ultimate doom. The moon had been inhabited by the Massassi, descendants of the original Sith species who had been transformed through millennia of dark side exposure into a race of primitive but force-sensitive warriors. Their temples, built according to ancient Sith architectural principles, contained focusing chambers and meditation halls designed to concentrate dark side energy to unprecedented levels. The Massassi immediately recognized Khan as a being of immense force potential and began treating him with the reverence they had once shown their Sith masters. Their worship fed his already inflated ego, while their temples provided him with the perfect environment for exploring the deepest mysteries of Sith power. He established himself as their new lord and began converting their ancient structures into a personal academy where he could pursue his studies without any interference from Jedi authorities. The transformation that followed was both gradual and profound. Surrounded by beings who treated him as a god and immersed in an environment saturated with dark side energy, Khan began to lose touch with the moral foundations that had originally motivated his search for knowledge. His studies became less about understanding the Force and more about accumulating personal power. His relationship with the Massassi shifted from scholarly cooperation to outright domination as he used them as test subjects for increasingly dangerous experiments. Most significantly, he began reaching out to other Force-sensitive individuals across the galaxy, using the temple's amplification effects to project his influence across interstellar distances. He established contact with disaffected Jedi, ambitious politicians, and power-hungry nobles, gradually building a network of followers who shared his belief that the galaxy's current order was inadequate and needed to be replaced by something more efficient and decisive. The network grew into a movement, and the movement eventually became a war. The Great Sith War that followed was the first galactic conflict to be fought primarily through the use of force powers rather than conventional military tactics. Khan's followers used Sith techniques to turn Republic fleets against each other, corrupt planetary governors into switching sides, and spread fear and despair through entire star systems. Khan himself had become something far removed from the brilliant but misguided student who had first opened that Sith holocron. The constant exposure to dark side energy and the worship of his followers had transformed him into a being of immense power but diminished humanity. He could destroy starships with gestures, corrupt other Force users with a touch, and project his consciousness across galactic distances to personally direct battles occurring light years away from his physical location. But power without wisdom inevitably leads to overreach, and Kuan's growing megalomania eventually brought him into conflict with forces beyond his ability to control. A coalition of Jedi Masters, led by survivors of his early corruption campaigns, began organizing systematic opposition to his empire. They had learned from their initial defeats and developed new techniques specifically designed to counter Sith powers and protect against the mental domination that had given Kuan so many early victories. The war's climax came when this Jedi coalition launched a coordinated assault on Yavin 4 itself, recognizing that Kuan's power was centered on and amplified by the ancient temples he had claimed. The battle that followed was unlike anything the galaxy had previously witnessed, with reality itself seeming to bend and twist as immense Force energies clashed in the moon's primitive jungles. Faced with certain defeat and the loss of everything he had built, Kuan made a decision that demonstrated how completely his original noble intentions had been corrupted. Rather than accept defeat or seek redemption, he chose to perform a ritual of such dark power that it would preserve his consciousness beyond physical death, while simultaneously draining the life force from every Massassi on the moon to fuel the spell. The ritual worked exactly as intended, binding Kuan's spirit to the temples themselves while destroying the very beings who had worshipped him. His body died, but his consciousness remained active within the temple complex, waiting for future opportunities to influence events and perhaps find a way to return to physical form. The Jedi who had come to stop him found only empty buildings and the desiccated remains of an entire species that had been sacrificed to satisfy one being's refusal to accept the consequences of his choices. The victory was complete but costly, and its implications would resonate through subsequent generations. Exar Kun had demonstrated that even the most brilliant and well-intentioned individuals could be corrupted by the pursuit of forbidden knowledge, that intellectual pride was perhaps the most dangerous path to the dark side because it convinced its victims that they were immune to the very corruption they were courting. His spirit's continued existence within the Yavin temple served as a warning and a trap for future generations of Force users who might be tempted to follow his example. The knowledge he had accumulated remained accessible to those bold enough to seek it out, but accessing it required exposing oneself to his direct influence and the same corrupting energies that had destroyed his humanity. The legacy of Exar Kun became a cornerstone of Jedi, teaching about the dangers of pride and the importance of humility in Force study. His story was told to generations of students as an example of how the pursuit of knowledge without wisdom, power without restraint, and ambition without compassion inevitably led to destruction, not just of the individual, but of everything they claimed to hold dear. Yet the very comprehensiveness of his fall also made him a figure of fascination for future Sith Lords, who saw in his methods and achievements a roadmap for their own attempts at galactic domination. The temples he had created continued to serve as focal points for dark side energy, and the techniques he had developed were preserved in hidden archives that would continue to tempt and corrupt Force users for millennia to come. But even as the ancient Sith Lords like Exar Kun and the cosmic horrors like Darth Nihilus demonstrated the ultimate extremes to which the dark side could be pushed, the galaxy's more immediate future would be shaped by conflicts closer to home, where the corruption of good intentions would prove just as dangerous as the pursuit of ultimate power, and where the greatest threats would come not from ancient evils, but from the failings of those who believed themselves to be heroes. Among those who believed themselves heroes, none fell further or with greater tragic consequences than a Jedi Master, whose noble intentions would pave the road to galactic civil war, whose political idealism would be twisted into the very tyranny he sought to oppose. In the waning years of the Republic, when the Jedi Order had grown complacent and the Senate had become mired in bureaucratic paralysis, there arose a figure whose fall from grace would demonstrate how political idealism could be twisted into tyranny, how noble intentions could pave the road to galactic catastrophe. Count Dooku represented everything that was both best and worst about the Jedi tradition. Brilliant, principled, charismatic, and ultimately convinced that his superior wisdom justified any action necessary to impose his vision of perfect order upon an imperfect galaxy. Born into aristocracy on the elegant world of Sereno, Dooku had known privilege from birth, but also understood responsibility. His family's ancient bloodline carried with it obligations to serve the greater good, traditions of leadership that emphasized duty to others rather than personal aggrandizement. When his Force sensitivity was discovered at an early age, his parents' decision to allow him to train as a Jedi seemed natural rather than sacrificial. They believed, as did he, that his gifts were meant to serve a purpose larger than any individual ambition. The Jedi Temple that welcomed young Dooku was an institution at the height of its confidence and influence. The Sith had been extinct for nearly 1,000 years. The Republic seemed stable and prosperous, and the Jedi's role as peacekeepers and diplomats was widely respected throughout the civilized galaxy. It was an environment that encouraged intellectual development and philosophical contemplation, where gifted students like Dooku could explore the deeper mysteries of the Force without fear of corruption or political interference. His natural abilities were exceptional, even by Jedi standards. His understanding of lightsaber combat advanced rapidly through all the traditional forms before he began developing his own variations and improvements. His grasp of Force techniques was both intuitive and sophisticated, allowing him to master abilities that typically required decades of study. Most impressively, his diplomatic skills and natural charisma made him extraordinarily effective in negotiations and conflict resolution, earning him a reputation as one of the Order's most valuable assets. Under the guidance of Master Yoda, Dooku's early years as a Padawan were marked by rapid advancement and growing recognition within the Order. The ancient Jedi Master saw in his student not just exceptional ability, but the potential for true wisdom, the rare combination of power and restraint that characterized the greatest Jedi of history. Yoda invested enormous time and energy in Dooku's education, sharing insights and techniques that were typically reserved for the most senior masters. But even during these formative years, careful observers might have detected the seeds of future problems in Dooku's personality and worldview. His aristocratic background had instilled in him a confidence in his own judgment that sometimes bordered on arrogance. His exceptional abilities made him impatient with less gifted individuals, and his diplomatic successes reinforced his belief that he possessed superior insight into political and social problems. Most dangerously, his idealism was of the rigid variety that brooked no compromise with imperfection or inefficiency. As he advanced through the ranks from Padawan to Knight to Master, Dooku's assignments increasingly involved him in the Republic's political processes. He served as an advisor to Senate committees, mediated disputes between planetary governments, and represented Jedi interests in complex negotiations involving trade routes, territorial boundaries, and resource allocation. These experiences gave him unprecedented insight into the Republic's governmental structures and their various flaws and limitations. What he saw disturbed him profoundly. The Senate had become an arena for special interests rather than a forum for democratic debate. Corporations wielded influence through carefully placed bribes and political donations, while the needs of ordinary citizens were ignored or subordinated to the demands of powerful lobbying groups. Planetary representatives spent more time advancing their homeworld's narrow interests than addressing galactic challenges, and the Chancellor's office had become so hamstrung by procedural requirements and political opposition that decisive action on any significant issue was virtually impossible. Even more troubling was the Jedi Council's apparent complacency about these problems. When Dooku brought his concerns to his fellow masters, they typically responded with variations of the same theme. The Jedi's role was to maintain peace and stability, not to reform political institutions or impose their vision of good governance on unwilling populations. They argued that attempting to fix the Republic's systemic problems would inevitably draw the Order into partisan politics and compromise their effectiveness as neutral arbitrators. Dooku found this response increasingly inadequate as he witnessed the real-world consequences of governmental dysfunction. Entire star systems suffered under corrupt administrations that the Senate refused to investigate. Trade disputes escalated into shooting wars because the Republic lacked mechanisms for effective mediation. Criminal organizations operated with impunity in regions where local governments were too weak or too compromised to maintain order. His frustration deepened when he took Qui-Gon Jinn as his Padawan learner. The younger man's unorthodox approach to Jedi philosophy and his willingness to challenge established practices resonated with Dooku's growing sense that the Order needed to evolve beyond its traditional limitations. Together, they engaged in long discussions about the proper relationship between power and responsibility, the obligations of those with superior abilities toward those without them, and the moral implications of remaining neutral in the face of systemic injustice. These conversations reinforced Dooku's developing belief that the Jedi Order was failing in its fundamental duty to protect the innocent and promote justice. The Code's emphasis on emotional detachment and political neutrality might have made sense in simpler times, but the galaxy's increasing complexity required more active and decisive intervention. He began to argue, first privately and then more publicly, that the Jedi needed to abandon their passive role and take direct responsibility for reforming the Republic's failing institutions. His views gained some support among younger Jedi, who shared his frustration with bureaucratic paralysis and political corruption. But the Council's senior members, led by masters like Yoda and Mace Windu, remained committed to traditional approaches. They worried that Dooku's proposals would transform the Jedi from servants of the Force into political actors, compromising their moral authority and effectiveness as peacekeepers. The philosophical divide widened as Dooku's assignments brought him into contact with increasingly egregious examples of Republican dysfunction. He witnessed the Senate's failure to respond to humanitarian crises, saw corrupt officials escape justice through political connections, and watched as corporate interests systematically undermined environmental protections and workers' rights across multiple star systems. Each case reinforced his conviction that the existing system was irredeemably broken and needed to be replaced by something more efficient and accountable. The final break came not through a single dramatic incident, but through the gradual accumulation of disappointments and betrayals that convinced Dooku that reform from within was impossible. The Senate's refusal to address the growing influence of the Trade Federation and other corporate interests, the Council's continued insistence on political neutrality despite mounting evidence of systemic corruption, and his own failed attempts to build consensus for moderate reforms, all contributed to his growing sense of isolation and frustration. When he finally announced his intention to leave the Jedi Order, the decision shocked his colleagues, but did not entirely surprise them. His disagreements with established policies had become increasingly public and increasingly bitter. His criticism of the Council's leadership had grown more personal and more pointed. Most significantly, his proposals for Jedi reform had begun to attract attention from political figures outside the Order, who saw potential advantages in having Jedi support for their own agendas. The departure itself was conducted with characteristic dignity and restraint. Dooku formally renounced his position as a Jedi Master, turned in his lightsaber, and quietly left Coruscant to return to his family's estates on Sereno. There was no dramatic confrontation, no burning of bridges, no declaration of war against his former colleagues. He simply walked away from everything he had known for most of his adult life in pursuit of what he believed would be a more effective approach to serving the greater good. But leaving the Jedi Order did not resolve the fundamental problem that had driven him to such a drastic decision. The Republic's flaws were still there, still causing suffering and injustice throughout the galaxy, and now he lacked even the limited influence that came with Jedi status. His aristocratic position on Sereno gave him wealth and local authority, but it provided no mechanism for addressing the systemic problems that had motivated his departure from the Order in the first place. It was during this period of frustration and searching that Dooku encountered the influence that would complete his transformation from idealistic reformer to galactic tyrant. Darth Sidious had been monitoring the former Jedi's activities with growing interest, recognizing in him the perfect tool for the next phase of his grand plan to destroy both the Republic and the Jedi Order simultaneously. The seduction was masterful in its subtlety and sophistication. Rather than appealing to Dooku's baser instincts or offering him obvious rewards, Sidious positioned himself as a like-minded reformer who shared the Count's analysis of the Republic's problems and his frustration with the Jedi's ineffective response. He presented a vision of galactic governance that seemed to address every criticism Dooku had raised during his years of trying to work within the system. More seductively still, Sidious offered Dooku the tools necessary to implement this vision. The dark side of the Force, properly understood and applied, could provide the power and decisiveness that the Jedi's light side techniques lacked. A separatist movement, carefully organized and strategically positioned, could demonstrate the Republic's fundamental weaknesses while offering an alternative model of more efficient governance. Most appealingly, the plan would ultimately result in the replacement of both the corrupt Republic and the passive Jedi Order with new institutions better suited to maintaining peace and justice throughout the galaxy. The transformation from Count Dooku to Darth Tyrannus was gradual rather than sudden, accomplished through a series of small compromises and incremental changes rather than a single moment of dramatic fall. Each step seemed reasonable and necessary given the circumstances, each use of dark side power justified by the noble goals it served, each act of deception or manipulation excused as regrettable but essential for achieving the greater good. By the time Dooku fully understood what he had become, he was already too deeply committed to his chosen path to consider alternatives. The separatist movement he had helped create was spreading across the galaxy, attracting worlds and systems that shared his dissatisfaction with Republican governance. The droid armies he had assembled gave him the military power necessary to challenge the Republic's authority directly. Most importantly, his growing mastery of Sith techniques provided him with capabilities that far exceeded anything he had possessed as a Jedi Master. The Clone Wars that followed were, from Dooku's perspective, both a means to an end and a demonstration of the principles he had come to embrace. The conflict would expose the Republic's military weakness and political division while showcasing the Separatists' superior organization and efficiency. The Jedi Order would be forced to abandon its traditional role as peacekeepers and become warriors, compromising their moral authority and revealing the limitations of their light side philosophy. Most importantly, the war would create the crisis atmosphere necessary for implementing the kind of strong, centralized government that could actually address the galaxy's problems effectively. But the reality of war proved more complex and morally ambiguous than Dooku's theories had predicted. The droid armies he commanded were efficient but brutal, caring nothing for civilian casualties or collateral damage. The separatist worlds he championed often proved to be motivated more by narrow self-interest than noble ideals of governmental reform. Most troublingly, his own actions became increasingly difficult to justify as necessary evils rather than genuine atrocities. The assassination attempts, the false flag operations, the manipulation of neutral worlds into choosing sides, the systematic targeting of civilian infrastructure, each individual action could be rationalized as serving the greater good, but their cumulative effect was the transformation of Dooku from a principled reformer into something indistinguishable from the corrupt politicians he had originally opposed. His relationship with his apprentices and allies reflected this moral deterioration most clearly. Asajj Ventress, the Night Sister assassin he had trained in the ways of the dark side, became both a weapon and a mirror that showed him what he was becoming. Her casual brutality and complete lack of moral constraints should have horrified him, but instead he found himself appreciating her efficiency and effectiveness. When Sidious eventually ordered him to eliminate her as a potential threat, Dooku complied without hesitation, betraying someone who had served him faithfully in pursuit of larger strategic objectives. The betrayal revealed how completely his original principles had been corrupted. The man who had left the Jedi Order because he could not tolerate the Council's passive response to injustice had become someone who would sacrifice loyal followers for political advantage. The idealist who had dreamed of creating a more perfect form of government had become a tyrant who saw other beings as tools to be used and discarded as circumstances required. Yet even in his darkest moments, Dooku retained enough self-awareness to recognize the distance he had traveled from his original intentions. He told himself that these compromises were temporary, that once the war was won and the new order established, he could return to the principled leadership he had always envisioned. He convinced himself that his growing ruthlessness was a necessary adaptation to wartime conditions, that peace would allow him to reclaim the moral high ground he had abandoned in pursuit of victory. This self-deception was perhaps his greatest tragedy, because it prevented him from recognizing that he had become exactly the kind of leader he had once opposed. His separatist government was every bit as corrupt and self-serving as the republic he sought to replace. His military forces were every bit as brutal and indiscriminate as the corporate armies he had criticized. His personal rule was every bit as authoritarian and unaccountable as the systems he had originally set out to reform. The irony deepened when he found himself working alongside the very corporate interests he had spent his Jedi career opposing. The Trade Federation, the banking clan, the corporate alliance, all the organizations whose influence over Republican politics had disgusted him during his time as a diplomatic troubleshooter, became his essential allies in the separatist cause. He told himself that he was using them rather than serving them, that their resources and capabilities were necessary tools for achieving his vision of galactic reform. But the practical reality was that his dependence on their support gave them enormous influence over separatist policies and priorities. The droid armies he commanded were built in their factories according to their specifications. The worlds he governed were administered according to their economic interests. The war aims he pursued were shaped as much by their profit margins as by his political ideals. Most damning of all was his relationship with Darth Sidious, the puppet master, whose grand design had transformed Dooku's legitimate grievances into tools for the Sith's return to power. By the time Dooku fully understood the scope of his master's deception, he was too deeply implicated in the scheme to extract himself without destroying everything he had worked to build. The separatist movement, the Clone Wars, his own position as a Sith Lord Mills, all of it existed solely to serve Sidious's larger plan for galactic domination. The realization that he had been manipulated from the beginning, that his genuine desire for reform had been exploited and perverted to serve ends he would never have willingly chosen, might have prompted a different man to seek redemption through confession and cooperation with his former allies. But Dooku's pride, the same aristocratic confidence that had made him such an effective leader, prevented him from admitting the magnitude of his mistake. Instead, he doubled down on his commitment to the path he had chosen, convincing himself that he could still achieve his original goals despite the compromised nature of his methods and allies. He began planning for the post-war period, envisioning himself as the leader of a reformed galactic government that would combine the Republic's democratic ideals with the efficiency and decisiveness that only strong central authority could provide. These plans required him to survive the war and emerge in a position to shape whatever governmental structure replaced the current chaos. But Sidious had never intended for his apprentice to outlive his usefulness, and as the conflict approached its climax, Dooku found himself increasingly isolated and vulnerable. His military forces were being systematically weakened through strategic defeats that served his master's larger purposes. His political allies were being eliminated or marginalized through carefully orchestrated betrayals. His own position was being undermined through subtle manipulations that left him dependent on Sidious's continued support. The end came aboard his flagship during what he believed would be a routine prisoner exchange. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, captured during a rescue mission, had been brought before him for interrogation. What followed should have been a standard lightsaber duel, the kind of conflict Dooku had survived numerous times throughout the war. His superior experience and Sith training gave him overwhelming advantages against opponents who, however skilled, lacked his decades of combat experience and dark side enhancement. But the duel was not about martial skill or force power. It was about the culmination of Sidious's long-term plan to replace Dooku with a more powerful and more completely corrupted apprentice. The Sith Master's presence aboard the ship, his subtle manipulations of the combat through the Force, and most importantly his encouragement of Anakin's growing rage and hatred, transformed what should have been Dooku's easy victory into the final act of his personal tragedy. When Anakin's lightsabers removed his hands and left him helpless at the young Jedi's mercy, Dooku experienced a moment of perfect clarity about what he had become and what he had helped to create. The principled reformer who had left the Jedi Order to fight corruption had become a tool in the hands of the most corrupt being in galactic history. The idealist who had dreamed of creating a more just society had helped orchestrate the destruction of the very institutions that, however flawed, had provided some protection for the innocent. His final words were not a plea for mercy or an expression of defiance, but a question directed at his true master: why? He wanted to understand, in those last moments, how his noble intentions had been so completely perverted, how his genuine desire to serve the greater good had been transformed into service to ultimate evil. Sidious's response, delivered through Anakin, but clearly intended for Dooku himself, was the simple acknowledgement that he had served his purpose and was no longer needed. The execution that followed was not the climax of a dramatic lightsaber duel, but the casual disposal of a used tool carried out by someone who was already being groomed to take his place in the same cycle of corruption and betrayal. The death of Count Dooku marked the end of one of the Clone Wars' most complex and tragic figures. Unlike pure villains motivated by simple greed or hatred, he had begun his journey with legitimate grievances and noble intentions. His critique of the Republic's flaws was largely accurate. His frustration with the Jedi Council's passivity was understandable, and his desire for more effective governance was shared by billions of beings throughout the galaxy. But his story also demonstrated the dangerous seductiveness of believing that good ends justify any means, that superior wisdom grants the right to impose one's vision on others regardless of their consent, and that the corruption of others somehow exempts one from the same moral standards. His fall served as a warning about the ease with which idealism could be transformed into tyranny, how the desire to do good could become indistinguishable from the will to power. The separatist cause that survived him briefly continued under other leadership, but without his charismatic presence and political sophistication, it quickly devolved into exactly the kind of corporate-dominated authoritarianism he had originally opposed. The droid armies that had been his instruments of liberation became tools of oppression. The worlds that had joined his movement in hopes of better governance found themselves under military occupation by the very forces they had hoped would free them. In the end, Dooku's legacy was not the reformed galaxy he had envisioned, but the demonstration that even the most noble intentions could be corrupted when they were divorced from humility, compassion, and respect for the fundamental dignity of others. His story became a cautionary tale about the seductive power of political idealism when it was coupled with the arrogance that came from believing oneself uniquely qualified to determine what was best for everyone else. But his greatest tragedy was not his personal fall or even the suffering his actions had caused, but the fact that his legitimate concerns about galactic governance remained unaddressed. The Republic's flaws were real, the Jedi Council's limitations were genuine, and the need for more effective and accountable institutions was urgent. His corruption and destruction eliminated one of the few voices capable of articulating these problems and proposing constructive solutions, leaving the galaxy to face its crises with the same inadequate tools that had created them in the first place. The Clone Wars would continue, but they would do so without the complex moral ambiguity that Dooku's presence had provided. What remained was a simpler but more brutal conflict between increasingly authoritarian forces, where the subtleties of political philosophy would be replaced by the crude calculations of military power and the seductive simplicities of absolute loyalty to charismatic leaders who promised easy solutions to complex problems. But perhaps Dooku's most tragic legacy was not his political failures or even his personal corruption, but the weapon he helped create from the suffering of others. In his quest for the perfect instrument of war, he had taken a noble warrior and transformed him into something that embodied every horror the conflict had unleashed, a being whose mechanical hatred would outlive its creator and continue the cycle of violence long after its original purpose had been forgotten. That weapon had once been a hero named Tumine Jai Shiel, a warrior whose courage and honor had made him a legend among the Kaleesh people of Kalee, but who would be remembered by the galaxy as General Grievous, the cyborg terror, whose very existence proved how completely war could corrupt even the noblest of intentions. The world of Kalee was a harsh planet that bred equally harsh people, beings who understood that survival required strength, cunning, and absolute dedication to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The Kaleesh had evolved as natural warriors, their reptilian features and enhanced physical capabilities making them formidable opponents in the best of circumstances. But what truly set them apart was their cultural emphasis on honor and sacrifice, their belief that individual glory meant nothing unless it served the greater good of the community. Tumine Jai Shiel embodied these virtues from his earliest years. Born into a society that valued martial prowess above all other achievements, he distinguished himself not through cruelty or aggression, but through his tactical brilliance and his unwavering commitment to protecting the innocent. His campaigns against the predatory creatures that plagued Kalee's wilderness regions earned him respect and admiration that extended far beyond his home village. But it was his leadership during the war against the Hook that transformed him from local hero into planetary legend. The Hook were an insectoid species whose expansion from their overpopulated homeworld had brought them into direct conflict with Kaleesh territories. What began as border skirmishes over resources and settlement rights gradually escalated into a war of extermination as the Hook revealed their true nature as a species that viewed all other sentient life as either food sources or obstacles to be eliminated. The war that followed was unlike anything the Kaleesh had previously experienced. The Hawk fought with a combination of advanced technology and absolute ruthlessness that devastated traditional Kaleesh defensive strategies. They targeted civilians deliberately, used biological weapons that turned entire ecosystems into toxic wastelands, and displayed a complete disregard for any form of military ethics or diplomatic resolution. Tumine's response to these atrocities was characteristically principled and strategically brilliant. Rather than descending to the Hook's level of brutality, he organized a resistance campaign that combined guerrilla tactics with traditional Kaleesh honor codes. His forces struck at military targets while avoiding civilian casualties, used their knowledge of local terrain to offset the Hook's technological advantages, and maintained strict discipline even in the face of overwhelming provocation. His tactical genius became legendary among his people as he orchestrated victories that seemed impossible given the disparity in resources and technology. He understood that the Kaleesh could not match the Hook's industrial capacity or technological sophistication, so he focused on exploiting their enemies' weaknesses, their overconfidence, their poor understanding of Kaleesh psychology, and their dependence on supply lines that extended across multiple star systems. The war raged for years, with Kaiman's reputation growing not just among his own people, but throughout the surrounding systems as word of his victories spread. He became known as a warrior who could achieve the impossible, a leader whose presence on the battlefield could turn certain defeat into unexpected victory. More importantly, he earned recognition as someone who fought with honor, even when facing enemies who respected no moral constraints. But the conflict's tide began to turn when the Hook made a decision that would have consequences extending far beyond the immediate war. Unable to defeat the Kaleesh through conventional military means, they appealed to the Galactic Republic for intervention, presenting themselves as victims of Kaleesh aggression rather than the instigators of genocidal warfare they actually were. The Republic's response revealed everything that was wrong with its approach to galactic governance. Rather than conducting a thorough investigation into the conflict's origins or examining evidence of Hook atrocities, the Senate accepted the insectoid's version of events at face value. The Kaleesh were portrayed as savage aggressors threatening peaceful expansion, while the Hook were presented as innocent victims seeking protection from unjustified attacks. The intervention that followed was swift and devastating. Republic naval forces imposed a blockade that cut off essential supplies to Kalee, while diplomatic pressure forced neighboring systems to cease all trade with the Kaleesh. Economic sanctions were implemented that targeted not just military assets but civilian infrastructure, creating widespread suffering among non-combatant populations who had already endured years of war. For Kaiman, the Republic's intervention represented the ultimate betrayal of justice. The organization that claimed to represent peace and democracy in the galaxy had chosen to support genocide rather than investigate the truth. The Jedi, who supposedly served as guardians of the innocent, had either approved this decision or remained silent in the face of overwhelming evidence of Hook brutality. The war's end came not through military defeat, but through simple starvation and exhaustion. Unable to obtain the resources necessary to continue fighting, the Kaleesh were forced to accept a peace treaty that essentially validated the Hook's territorial claims and left them economically devastated. Coleman watched as everything he had fought to protect was stripped away by diplomatic agreements that ignored both justice and the welfare of his people. The aftermath was even more bitter than the defeat itself. The Republic imposed reparations that crippled Kalee's already damaged economy, ensuring that the planet would remain impoverished for generations. The Hook were allowed to keep their territorial gains and received economic assistance to rebuild their military capabilities. Most humiliatingly, Kaleeman himself was branded as a war criminal by Republic propaganda, his heroic defense of his home world recast as evidence of dangerous militaristic tendencies. It was during this period of enforced peace and gradual starvation that Kaiman received an unexpected offer that would complete his transformation from hero to monster. Representatives of the intergalactic banking clan approached him with a proposal that seemed almost too good to be true. They would provide the economic assistance necessary to rebuild Kalee's shattered infrastructure in exchange for his services as a military consultant and strategic advisor. The banking clan's interest in Churimin was not motivated by sympathy for the Kaleesh plight, but by recognition of his exceptional military talents and their potential value in future conflicts. Sun Hill and his associates were already involved in the early stages of planning for what would become the Clone Wars, and they needed experienced military leaders who could organize and command the separatist forces that would challenge the Republic's authority. Kaiman's decision to accept their offer was driven by desperation rather than ambition. His people were dying from poverty and neglect, their planet stripped of resources and hope by the peace treaty that had ended their war. The banking clan's assistance offered the only realistic possibility of rebuilding Kali and providing for the survivors of the Hawk conflict. But the arrangement came with strings attached that became apparent only gradually. The banking clan's payments were structured to create dependence rather than independence, ensuring that Coleman would remain obligated to them indefinitely. His military advisory role expanded to include direct participation in conflicts that had nothing to do with Kali's welfare, forcing him to use his tactical skills in service of causes he neither understood nor supported. More troubling still were the subtle changes in the nature of his assignments. What had begun as legitimate military consulting gradually evolved into operations that violated the same honor codes that had once defined his approach to warfare. He found himself planning attacks on civilian targets, developing strategies that deliberately maximized suffering rather than achieving military objectives, and working alongside individuals whose methods would have disgusted him during his days as a Kalish hero. Each compromise led to another, each violation of his principles justified by the promise that this would be the last sacrifice required to secure his people's future. The banking clan's representatives were masters of manipulation, always presenting their requests in terms that made refusal seem like betrayal of the very people he was trying to protect. The final corruption came when Sandhill offered him the ultimate enhancement, cybernetic reconstruction that would transform him from an aging biological warrior into something far more durable and effective. The procedure was presented as a gift, a reward for his loyal service, and a tool that would make him even more capable of protecting Kali's interests. The shuttle crash that necessitated this reconstruction was not, as Cawthon believed at the time, an accident or enemy attack. It was a carefully orchestrated assassination attempt designed to leave him critically injured but still alive, creating the perfect justification for the cybernetic enhancement that would complete his transformation. The banking clan had recognized that their greatest military asset was becoming increasingly reluctant to carry out their more questionable operations, and they needed a way to ensure his continued cooperation. The reconstruction process was far more extensive than Coleman had been led to expect. Rather than simply repairing his injured organs and limbs, the banking clan surgeons replaced virtually every biological component with cybernetic alternatives. His heart was replaced with a mechanical pump, his lungs with artificial breathing apparatus, his limbs with articulated durasteel appendages that could crush opponents with inhuman strength. Most significantly, his brain was subjected to chemical and electronic modification designed to enhance his tactical capabilities while suppressing the emotional responses that might interfere with mission effectiveness. The honor codes and moral constraints that had once defined his character were systematically weakened, replaced with programming that prioritized success over ethics and efficiency over compassion. When he awakened from the reconstruction surgery, Coleman Jai Shield effectively ceased to exist. In his place was something that retained his memories and tactical knowledge but had been purged of most of the qualities that had made him a hero. The being that emerged from the medical facility was introduced to the galaxy as General Grievous, a name that reflected both his new nature and his intended function as an instrument of systematic brutality. The transformation was not immediately complete. Traces of his original personality persisted for a time, creating internal conflicts that occasionally interfered with his effectiveness as a military commander. But these remnants of his former self grew weaker with each passing month, eroded by the constant chemical suppression and electronic modification that maintained his cybernetic systems. Count Dooku's recruitment of Grievous represented the final stage in this process of dehumanization. The fallen Jedi Master recognized the potential value of a military commander who combined exceptional tactical skills with complete moral flexibility, and he began training Grievous in lightsaber combat techniques that would make him uniquely effective against Jedi opponents. The training was brutal and systematic, designed not just to teach technical skills, but to cultivate the psychological attitudes necessary for hunting and killing Jedi. Dooku encouraged Grievous to see the Jedi not as fellow sentient beings with legitimate disagreements, but as obstacles to be eliminated with maximum efficiency. The political and philosophical complexities that motivated the Clone Wars were stripped away, leaving only the simple imperative to destroy enemies as quickly and thoroughly as possible. The collection of lightsabers that became Grievous's signature obsession represented both a practical tactic and a psychological transformation. Each weapon had been taken from a Jedi he had personally killed, serving as both trophy and tool in his ongoing campaign against the Order. The practice of displaying these trophies transformed what might have been simple military operations into personal challenges, feeding an ego that had been artificially enhanced through cybernetic modification. His reputation as a Jedi killer grew with each successful engagement, but so did the distance between the being he had become and the hero he had once been. The tactical brilliance remained, but it was now directed toward objectives that Coleman Jai Shield would have found abhorrent. The courage and determination persisted, but they served causes that violated everything the original warrior had believed in. The Clone Wars provided the perfect environment for Grievous to develop his skills and reputation as the ultimate expression of mechanized warfare. His campaigns across the galaxy left a trail of devastation that extended far beyond legitimate military targets, as his enhanced capabilities and suppressed conscience allowed him to pursue victory through methods that more traditionally minded commanders would have rejected. Yet even in his most successful moments, traces of internal conflict occasionally surfaced. His obsession with collecting Jedi lightsabers suggested a psychological need to prove himself against opponents who represented everything he had once aspired to be. His preference for personal combat over mass destruction hinted at a desire for individual recognition that sat uneasily with his role as a tool of larger political forces. These glimpses of his original personality made him more dangerous rather than less, because they provided him with motivations that extended beyond simple obedience to orders. A purely mechanical weapon could be programmed and controlled, but Grievous retained enough individual will to pursue his own objectives within the larger framework of his assigned missions. The ultimate irony of his transformation was that he had become exactly the kind of threat that the original Coleman Jai Shield would have fought to destroy. The noble warrior who had once protected the innocent from genocidal aggressors had become a genocidal aggressor himself, using advanced technology and superior tactics to terrorize populations that could not effectively resist his assault. His death on Utapau represented not just the elimination of a significant military threat, but the final resolution of a tragedy that had begun decades earlier with the Republic's betrayal of justice during the Hook War. The being that Obi-Wan Kenobi killed bore little resemblance to the hero who had once defended Kali with such courage and honor, but the connection between them served as a reminder of how completely good intentions could be corrupted when they were divorced from the moral foundations that gave them meaning. In the end, General Grievous stood as perhaps the most tragic figure in the entire Clone Wars conflict, not because his suffering was greater than others, but because his corruption was so complete and systematic. He demonstrated how even the noblest spirits could be broken and reshaped to serve evil purposes, how technological enhancement could be used as a tool of moral destruction, and how the pursuit of justice could be perverted into instruments of oppression when it was separated from wisdom and compassion. But among all the war's casualties and corrupted heroes, none would prove more personally devastating to those who fought alongside him than the transformation of a simple warrior whose only desire had been to serve his brother with loyalty and courage, only to find that courage twisted into an instrument of cosmic destruction. On the mysterious world of Dathomir, where ancient magic still flowed through the Force in ways that civilized worlds had forgotten, there lived a being whose story would become a testament to the tragedy of innocence, corrupted by forces beyond his understanding or control. Savage Oprys was never meant to be a player in galactic politics or a weapon of mass destruction. He was meant to be what he had always been, a loyal brother, a devoted son, and a simple warrior whose strength served those he loved rather than abstract causes or cosmic ambitions. The Night Brother clans of Dathomir existed on the margins of galactic civilization, following traditions and practices that predated the Republic by thousands of years. Their society was built around principles that most modern beings would consider primitive. Strength determined status, loyalty to family superseded all other obligations, and the ability to survive in harsh conditions was valued more highly than intellectual sophistication or technological advancement. For the Night Brothers, this was not a brutal or backward way of life, but a natural response to the realities of their environment. Dathomir was a world where survival required constant vigilance, where the native wildlife was universally hostile, and where the planet's powerful connection to the Force created unpredictable phenomena that could kill the unwary or unprepared. Under such conditions, physical strength and unwavering loyalty were not luxuries but necessities that determined whether communities thrived or disappeared. Savage had been born into this world with advantages that made him valuable to his clan and dangerous to his enemies. His natural size and strength exceeded even the impressive norms of his people, while his connection to the Force, though untrained, was powerful enough to manifest in moments of extreme stress or emotion. More importantly, he possessed the emotional stability and moral clarity that allowed him to use his abilities constructively rather than destructively. His relationship with his brother Ferrol was the defining element of his character and the source of both his greatest strength and his ultimate vulnerability. The two brothers had been inseparable since childhood, with Savage serving as protector and Ferrol providing the intellectual guidance that balanced his siblings' more direct approach to problem-solving. Together, they represented everything that was best about Night Brother culture: courage tempered by wisdom, strength guided by loyalty, and power exercised in service of family and community rather than personal aggrandizement. Their peaceful existence ended when the wider galaxy intruded upon Dathomir in the form of Mother Talzin's machinations. The Night Sister leader had been following galactic events with growing interest, recognizing opportunities to advance her own agenda through careful manipulation of the Clone Wars' major players. Her plan required a weapon that could serve multiple purposes, eliminating Count Dooku in revenge for his betrayal of Asajj Ventress, providing a replacement apprentice that would satisfy Darth Sidious's demands, and establishing Night Sister influence within the broader Sith power structure. The weapon she envisioned had to be physically powerful enough to challenge seasoned Force users in combat, psychologically malleable enough to be controlled and directed by others, and expendable enough that its eventual destruction would not compromise her larger objectives. Savage Opress fit these requirements perfectly, but only after he underwent modifications that would transform him from a noble warrior into something far more dangerous and far less human. The selection process was presented to the Night Brother clans as a great honor, an opportunity for one of their warriors to serve a higher purpose and bring glory to his family and community. The competitions that determined the chosen candidate were designed to identify not just physical prowess, but the psychological characteristics that would make the eventual winner suitable for Talzin's purposes. Savage's victories in these trials were achieved through the same combination of strength, skill, and moral integrity that had always defined his character. He competed not for personal glory or advancement, but because he believed that representing his clan in whatever mission lay ahead was his duty as their strongest warrior. Even when the nature of his selection began to become clear, he accepted his fate with the stoic resignation of someone who had been raised to put communal needs ahead of personal desires. The transformation that followed was far more extensive and traumatic than anything Savage had been prepared to expect. Night Sister magic was not simply a matter of training or education, but a fundamental alteration of his physical and mental structure. His body was enlarged and enhanced far beyond natural Zabrak proportions, while his nervous system was modified to allow for direct psychological manipulation by those who understood the proper techniques. Most significantly, His personality was systematically altered to emphasize aggression and reduce the moral constraints that might interfere with his effectiveness as a weapon. The loyalty and protectiveness that had once focused on his family and clan were redirected toward whoever held control over his conditioning, while his natural intelligence was suppressed to prevent him from questioning orders or developing independent objectives. The being that emerged from this process retained Savage's memories and basic identity, but was fundamentally different in ways that he himself did not fully understand. His enhanced physical capabilities came at the cost of emotional stability, while his increased force sensitivity was coupled with a reduced ability to control or direct his powers constructively. Most tragically, his deep love for his brother Ferrell remained intact even as his ability to express that love in healthy ways was systematically undermined. Count Dooku's acceptance of Savage as a potential apprentice represented the beginning of his education in the ways of the dark side. The fallen Jedi Master recognized both the potential and the limitations of Talzin's creation, understanding that Savage's artificial enhancements made him powerful but also unstable. The training program that followed was designed not to develop Savage's natural abilities, but to channel his enhanced aggression towards specific targets while maintaining enough control to prevent him from becoming a liability to the larger separatist cause. The instruction was brutal and systematic, focusing on combat techniques that maximized damage while requiring minimal sophistication or strategic thinking. Savage was taught to see enemies not as individuals with legitimate grievances or complex motivations, but as obstacles to be eliminated as quickly and thoroughly as possible. His natural empathy was systematically suppressed through conditioning that rewarded ruthlessness and punished any display of mercy or compassion. Yet even under these conditions, traces of his original personality continued to assert themselves in ways that frustrated his instructors and handlers. His loyalty to his brother Ferrell remained unshakable despite all attempts to redirect it toward his Sith masters. His sense of justice, though distorted by his conditioning, still operated strongly enough to create internal conflicts when he was ordered to attack innocent targets or non-combatants. Most problematically, from Dooku's perspective, Savage retained enough independence of thought to question orders that seemed to contradict his basic understanding of right and wrong. Unlike a droid or a purely brainwashed servant, he continued to make moral judgments even when those judgments conflicted with his programming or training. The breaking point came during a mission where Savage was ordered to eliminate witnesses to a separatist operation, including civilians who posed no military threat but whose testimony might compromise future activities. His refusal to carry out this order and his subsequent protection of the intended victims demonstrated that his conditioning was incomplete and that his original moral framework remained largely intact beneath the artificial modifications. Dooku's response was characteristically calculating and cruel. Rather than attempting to repair or improve Savage's conditioning, he decided to eliminate the source of the problem by killing Ferrell in front of his brother, using the emotional trauma as a tool to complete the psychological transformation that magic and training had failed to achieve. The murder of Ferrell represented the single most devastating moment in Savage's existence, the point at which his world contracted to a simple choice between surrender and revenge. The conditioning that had suppressed his emotions and redirected his loyalties crumbled under the impact of overwhelming grief and rage, leaving him with a clarity of purpose that his handlers had never intended to create. But the revenge he chose was not the blind fury that Dooku had expected to exploit. Instead, Savage's response demonstrated that his intelligence and strategic thinking had not been eliminated but merely suppressed, and that the death of his brother had freed him from the psychological constraints that had made him controllable. His search for Darth Maul represented both a quest for family connection and a rejection of the role that others had tried to force upon him. The discovery of his surviving brother on Lotho Minor and Maul's subsequent return to sanity and power provided Savage with the sense of purpose and belonging that had been systematically stripped away during his transformation into a weapon. The partnership that developed between the brothers was unlike anything else in the Clone Wars era, combining Maul's strategic brilliance and dark side mastery with Savage's raw power and unquestioning loyalty. But it was also deeply tragic, because it represented the corruption of one of the galaxy's purest relationships by forces that neither brother had been strong enough to resist individually. Savage's role in their criminal enterprise was that of enforcer and protector, using his enhanced abilities to eliminate threats and intimidate opponents, while leaving the complex planning and manipulation to his more sophisticated sibling. The arrangement satisfied his deep need to serve someone he loved, while providing him with targets for the aggression that his conditioning had embedded in his nervous system. Yet even in his new role as a galactic criminal, traces of his original moral framework continued to surface in ways that distinguished him from typical dark side practitioners. His violence was instrumental rather than sadistic, employed to achieve specific objectives rather than for its own sake. His loyalty remained absolute and unconditional, never calculating or self-serving. Most significantly, his love for Maul was genuine and pure, untainted by the power dynamics or competitive jealousies that characterized most Sith relationships. This emotional authenticity made him both more dangerous and more vulnerable than purely corrupted beings like his brother. His willingness to sacrifice anything for Maul's welfare gave him strength that exceeded his physical enhancements, but it also provided his enemies with a clear target for manipulation and attack. The final confrontation with Darth Sidious demonstrated both the depths of Savage's loyalty and the ultimate futility of fighting against forces larger than any individual could comprehend or resist. When the Sith Master arrived to punish Maul for his unauthorized activities and growing independence, Savage's response was immediate and uncompromising. He would defend his brother regardless of the odds or consequences. The battle that followed was never truly in doubt, as Savage's artificial enhancements and limited training were no match for Sidious's decades of experience and mastery of the dark side. But his willingness to fight a hopeless battle, to endure torture and mutilation in defense of someone he loved, demonstrated that the most important aspects of his character had survived every attempt to destroy or corrupt them. His death was both heroic and tragic, a final affirmation of the values that had defined him before his transformation, while simultaneously representing the ultimate failure of those values to protect what he held most dear. In dying to save Maul, he achieved a kind of redemption that restored his moral standing, while highlighting the terrible waste of potential that his corruption had represented. The impact of his death on Maul was profound and permanent, stripping away the last vestiges of connection to anything beyond his own rage and obsession. Savage's sacrifice had saved his brother's life, but doomed his soul, leaving Maul alone with his hatred and his memories of better times that could never be reclaimed. In the broader context of the Clone Wars, Savage's story served as a reminder that even the most artificial and systematic corruption could not completely destroy the bonds of love and loyalty that connected sentient beings to each other. His transformation from noble warrior to living weapon, and finally to heroic sacrifice, demonstrated both the potential for redemption that existed within even the most damaged individuals and the tragic costs that such redemption often demanded. But perhaps most significantly, his story illustrated the ease with which good intentions and noble qualities could be exploited by those who understood how to manipulate them. His loyalty, courage, and love for his family had been turned into weapons against him, used to transform him into something that served the very forces he would have naturally opposed. In the end, Savage oppressed stood as a symbol of innocence corrupted and redeemed, of simple virtues tested by complex evil and ultimately proven stronger than the forces that sought to destroy them. His legacy was not the destruction he had been programmed to cause, but the love he had been willing to die to protect, a love that transcended species boundaries, political conflicts, and the artificial divisions that the Clone Wars had created throughout the galaxy. Yet even as his sacrifice demonstrated the enduring power of genuine emotion and moral conviction, the war itself continued under the guidance of strategic minds that had learned to view such qualities not as virtues to be respected, but as tools to be exploited. The greatest of these minds belonged to a being whose very existence proved that intelligence without conscience was perhaps the most dangerous force in the galaxy. In the unknown regions beyond the edge of mapped space, where ancient threats stirred in the darkness between stars and civilizations rose and fell, without the Republic ever learning their names, there existed a species whose approach to warfare elevated destruction to the level of high art. The Chiss ascendancy had spent millennia perfecting techniques of conquest that were as elegant as they were effective, developing military philosophies that treated each campaign as a masterpiece to be crafted rather than a problem to be solved through brute force. Among the Chiss, no individual exemplified this approach more completely than the being who would become known to the galaxy as Grand Admiral Thrawn. His original name, Mithra Nuru, reflected the complex social hierarchies and cultural traditions that had shaped his early development. But the mind that bore that name transcended such provincial concerns to become something far more dangerous, a perfect fusion of intellectual brilliance and strategic ruthlessness that could analyze any opponent's weaknesses and exploit them with surgical precision. The Chiss culture that produced Thrawn was built around principles that most galactic civilizations would find disturbing in their implications. Art was not viewed as mere aesthetic expression, but as a window into the psychological and cultural foundations that determined how different species thought, fought, and could be defeated. Military service was not simply a career choice, but a form of intellectual competition, where the most sophisticated minds proved their superiority by devising increasingly elegant solutions to strategic challenges. Young Mithra Nuriodo displayed exceptional aptitude for both the analytical and creative aspects of Chiss military tradition from his earliest years in their educational system. His ability to discern patterns in seemingly chaotic data, to identify the underlying psychological motivations that drove enemy behavior, and to devise countermeasures that turned opponents' strengths into vulnerabilities, marked him as a prodigy whose potential extended far beyond normal parameters. But his greatest gift was also his greatest weakness within Chiss society, an intellectual curiosity that extended beyond the borders of known space and traditional enemy relationships. Where most Chiss strategists focused their attention on the familiar threats that had shaped their civilization's development, Thrawn found himself drawn to the vast unknown regions where entirely different forms of life might require entirely different approaches to understand and defeat. This curiosity led him to undertake unauthorized expeditions into uncharted territories, where he encountered evidence of civilizations and technologies that challenged many of his species' basic assumptions about warfare and conquest. More significantly, his explorations brought him into contact with advanced scouts from the Galactic Empire, representatives of a political entity whose scope and complexity dwarfed anything in Chiss experience. The first meetings between Thrawn and Imperial forces revealed both his exceptional abilities and his potential value to Emperor Palpatine's expanding domain. Where other Chiss commanders might have viewed the Empire as a threat to be eliminated or avoided, Thrawn recognized it as an opportunity to test his theories on a scale that his home civilization could never provide. The Empire's vast military resources, diverse opponent species, and complex political challenges represented the perfect laboratory for someone whose greatest pleasure came from solving seemingly impossible strategic problems. His recruitment into Imperial service was facilitated by his own initiative rather than enemy capture or political pressure. Thrawn deliberately allowed himself to be taken into custody by Imperial forces, using the interrogation process as an opportunity to demonstrate his analytical capabilities and strategic value. Within weeks of his capture, he had provided his interrogators with detailed assessments of unknown regions' threats that proved both accurate and tactically useful. Emperor Palpatine's decision to grant Thrawn a commission in the Imperial Navy was motivated by practical considerations rather than altruistic impulses. The Empire's expansion into previously unexplored territories required commanders who understood alien psychology and unconventional warfare techniques. Thrawn's combination of strategic brilliance and cultural analysis made him uniquely qualified for assignments that had defeated more traditional Imperial officers. But Palpatine also recognized the potential dangers that such an exceptional individual represented to established power structures. Thrawn's obvious intellectual superiority to most human commanders, his alien origins, and his unconventional methods created resentment and suspicion among Imperial officers who had advanced through more traditional channels. The Emperor's solution was characteristically calculating. He provided Thrawn with sufficient authority and resources to be effective, while ensuring that his position remained dependent on continued Imperial approval. The campaigns that established Thrawn's reputation as the Empire's most effective military leader demonstrated both his tactical genius and his approach to warfare as a form of cultural archaeology. Each enemy species he encountered was treated as a puzzle to be solved through careful analysis of their artistic expressions, religious beliefs, and social structures. His personal collection of alien art was not simply an aesthetic hobby, but a practical tool that allowed him to predict enemy behavior with uncanny accuracy. His methods consistently achieved results that exceeded what conventional Imperial doctrine would have predicted, often through approaches that seemed counterintuitive or inefficient to observers who lacked his comprehensive understanding of the psychological factors involved. Rather than relying on overwhelming force or technological superiority, Thrawn typically achieved victory through precise application of pressure at exactly the points where enemy resolve was weakest. The conquest of rebellious systems under his command became models of efficiency that other Imperial commanders studied but rarely managed to replicate. His ability to end conflicts quickly and with minimal casualties earned him both professional recognition and personal advancement through the Imperial hierarchy. But it also created enemies among officers whose more brutal methods were shown to be unnecessary as well as ineffective. Most significantly, Thrawn's success in pacifying previously troublesome regions demonstrated that the Empire's problems were not simply matters of insufficient force or inadequate technology, but failures of understanding and strategy. His campaigns proved that intelligent analysis and cultural sensitivity could achieve objectives that even massive military expenditures had failed to accomplish. But his very effectiveness also made him dangerous to the political structure that had created his opportunities for advancement. His methods implicitly criticized the brutal approach that characterized most Imperial operations, while his alien origins made him a symbol of non-human potential in a government officially dedicated to human supremacy. His growing reputation and independent success created the possibility that he might develop ambitions that extended beyond simple military service. The Emperor's response to this potential threat was to assign Thrawn to increasingly distant and challenging territories, effectively exiling him from the political centers where his influence might become problematic. The Unknown Regions campaigns that followed this decision allowed Thrawn to pursue his intellectual interests while removing him from positions where he might interfere with Palpatine's other plans. These assignments proved to be both punishment and reward, providing Thrawn with opportunities to test his theories against opponents whose capabilities and motivations were completely unknown to Imperial intelligence. The threats he discovered and neutralized during this period included several that could have posed existential challenges to the Empire if they had been allowed to develop without opposition. His detailed reports on these campaigns became essential reading for Imperial strategic planners, but they also revealed the scope of challenges that the galaxy faced from forces that most Imperial leaders preferred not to acknowledge. Thrawn's exploration of the Unknown Regions uncovered evidence of ancient civilizations, dormant technologies, and alien species whose potential for future conflict dwarfed anything the rebellion represented. The Emperor's death at Endor found Thrawn deep in unknown regions territory, commanding forces that were too distant to participate in the battle that determined the Empire's fate. His initial response to news of Imperial defeat was characteristically analytical rather than emotional. He assessed the new strategic situation, evaluated available options, and began planning for a campaign that would restore Imperial authority through superior leadership rather than simple military superiority. The remnant Imperial forces that rallied to his banner during the post-Endor period represented a cross-section of officers and soldiers who had grown disillusioned with the Empire's decline under less capable leadership. His promise to restore Imperial greatness through intelligence and strategic sophistication rather than random brutality attracted individuals who retained loyalty to Imperial ideals even after losing faith in Imperial competence. The campaigns he conducted against the New Republic demonstrated his ability to achieve strategic objectives despite being vastly outnumbered and out-resourced by his opponents. His understanding of New Republic psychology, gained through careful analysis of their cultural productions and political rhetoric, allowed him to predict their responses to various provocation and craft strategies that turned their apparent advantages into exploitable weaknesses. His use of captured Imperial technology and carefully recruited alien auxiliaries showed that the Empire's human supremacist policies had been self-defeating as well as morally objectionable. Under Thrawn's leadership, non-human species that had been marginalized or oppressed under Imperial rule became valuable allies whose unique capabilities enhanced overall strategic effectiveness. But perhaps most impressively, his ability to inspire loyalty and dedication among his subordinates proved that effective leadership was based on competence and respect rather than fear and intimidation. The Imperial officers who served under Thrawn displayed initiative and creativity that had been systematically suppressed under previous commanders, while his non-human allies contributed insights and capabilities that purely human forces could never have matched. The New Republic's initial underestimation of Thrawn's capabilities reflected their assumption that Imperial remnants would continue to operate according to the same predictable patterns that had characterized the Empire under Palpatine's rule. They expected brutal frontal assaults, terror tactics against civilian populations, and the kind of wasteful military spending that had ultimately bankrupted Imperial logistics during the original war. Instead, they encountered an opponent whose operations were models of strategic precision and psychological sophistication. Thrawn's attacks targeted specific military and industrial assets while deliberately avoiding civilian casualties, not from humanitarian considerations, but because terrorizing non-combatants would strengthen New Republic resolve rather than weakening it. His propaganda efforts focused on demonstrating Imperial competence and reliability rather than promoting fear, appealing to populations who had grown frustrated with New Republic inefficiency and political chaos. Most disturbing to New Republic leadership was Thrawn's apparent ability to predict their strategic decisions with uncanny accuracy. His interception of supply convoys, his timing of attacks to coincide with political crises, and his exploitation of internal New Republic disagreements suggested access to intelligence sources that their security services could not identify or eliminate. The reality was far more sophisticated and far more unsettling than simple espionage. Thrawn had made a comprehensive study of New Republic political culture, analyzing their decision-making processes through careful examination of their artistic traditions, philosophical writings, and historical precedents. His personal collection of New Republic cultural artifacts allowed him to construct psychological profiles of key leaders that proved more accurate than anything their own intelligence services had developed. His understanding of individual New Republic commanders was particularly detailed and personally invasive. By studying the artistic preferences, cultural backgrounds, and psychological profiles of opposing officers, he could predict their likely responses to various tactical situations with remarkable precision. His battles became elaborate psychological experiments designed to force enemies into making exactly the mistakes his analysis had identified as most probable. The effectiveness of this approach was demonstrated repeatedly in engagements where Imperial forces achieved decisive victories, despite being outnumbered by factors that should have made defeat inevitable. Thrawn's ability to anticipate enemy maneuvers and position his forces accordingly transformed what should have been hopeless defensive actions into carefully orchestrated ambushes that devastated New Republic morale and material. But his greatest achievement during this period was not any individual military victory, but his success in rebuilding Imperial morale and institutional confidence. The officers and soldiers who served under his command rediscovered pride in Imperial service that had been lost during the chaos following Palpatine's death. His leadership demonstrated that Imperial defeat had been the result of poor strategy and corrupt leadership rather than fundamental flaws in Imperial ideology or capabilities. This restoration of Imperial confidence had implications that extended far beyond immediate military concerns. Thrawn's success inspired other Imperial remnant groups throughout the galaxy, providing them with proof that New Republic victory was not inevitable and that competent Imperial leadership could still challenge the new government's authority effectively. More ominously, his campaigns established precedents and developed techniques that future Imperial leaders would study and attempt to replicate. His integration of alien allies into Imperial command structures, his use of cultural analysis as a strategic tool, and his ability to achieve maximum results with minimum resources became models that influenced Imperial thinking for generations. The personal cost of these achievements was something that Thrawn himself rarely acknowledged or discussed with subordinates. His total dedication to strategic analysis and military excellence left little room for the kind of personal relationships that most beings required for emotional stability. His appreciation for alien art and culture was genuine but instrumental, valued primarily for its utility in understanding and defeating potential opponents. His isolation was not simply a matter of his alien origins or his intellectual superiority to most colleagues, though both factors certainly contributed to his emotional distance from others. More fundamentally, his approach to existence as a series of strategic problems to be solved had gradually eroded his capacity for the kind of spontaneous emotional connection that characterized normal social relationships. The few individuals who achieved anything approaching personal friendship with Thrawn typically discovered that even their most intimate conversations were subject to his analytical scrutiny. He studied his allies and subordinates with the same systematic thoroughness that he applied to enemy cultures, accumulating psychological profiles that allowed him to predict and manipulate their behavior with disturbing accuracy. This emotional detachment was both a source of strength and a critical vulnerability in his strategic calculations. His freedom from normal emotional biases allowed him to make decisions based purely on objective analysis, but it also prevented him from fully understanding the motivational factors that drove less analytical opponents. His predictions were most accurate when dealing with enemies whose behavior followed logical patterns, but he occasionally underestimated the power of irrational emotions like love, hatred, or religious fanaticism to override strategic considerations. The beginning of his ultimate downfall came when the New Republic finally recognized that defeating Thrawn would require understanding his methods rather than simply opposing them with superior numbers. The intelligence operation that eventually identified his dependence on cultural analysis led to a sophisticated deception campaign designed to provide him with false information about New Republic psychology and decision-making processes. The irony of his defeat was that it came through the same analytical approach that had made him so successful against other opponents. New Republic strategists studied Thrawn's own cultural background and psychological profile with the same systematic thoroughness that he had applied to their civilization. They identified his intellectual pride and his confidence in his analytical abilities as potential weaknesses that could be exploited through carefully crafted misinformation. The deception that ultimately destroyed him involved feeding false intelligence about his own people, the Chiss, to New Republic forces, who then used this information in ways calculated to trigger his protective instincts and override his strategic judgment. Faced with what appeared to be a threat to his home civilization, Thrawn made tactical decisions that violated his own principles of careful analysis and methodical planning. His final battle was both a military defeat and a personal tragedy, as he discovered too late that his emotional detachment had not been as complete as he had believed. The possibility that his service to the Empire might have endangered his own people proved to be the one factor that his self-analysis had not adequately considered, the blind spot in his understanding of his own psychology that his enemies had successfully identified and exploited. The destruction of his fleet and his apparent death marked the end of the last serious threat to New Republic consolidation, but it also eliminated one of the galaxy's most remarkable strategic minds. His loss deprived future generations of insights and capabilities that could have been invaluable in facing the challenges that lay ahead, threats from beyond the known galaxy that he alone had begun to understand and prepare to meet. In death, Thrawn achieved a kind of immortality through the strategic principles and analytical methods that bore his name. Imperial military academies continued to study his campaigns long after the Empire itself had become a historical curiosity, while his integration of cultural analysis into strategic planning influenced military thinking across multiple civilizations and political systems. But perhaps his most significant legacy was the demonstration that intelligence and understanding could achieve objectives that brute force could never accomplish. His career proved that even the most overwhelming military superiority could be defeated by superior strategy and more sophisticated analysis, a lesson that would remain relevant long after the specific conflicts of his era had been forgotten. His story also served as a warning about the dangers of intellectual isolation and emotional detachment. The same analytical brilliance that made him such an effective military leader also prevented him from forming the kind of personal connections that might have provided him with insights into his own psychological vulnerabilities. In the end, his greatest enemy proved to be not any external opponent, but his own inability to apply his analytical methods to his own emotional needs and limitations. Yet even in failure, Thrawn represented a standard of strategic excellence that few commanders in galactic history had matched. His combination of intellectual rigor, cultural sensitivity, and tactical innovation established him as one of the finest military minds of any era, while his dedication to achieving objectives through understanding rather than destruction offered a glimpse of what warfare might become under more enlightened leadership. But the galaxy's immediate future would be shaped not by such enlightened approaches to conflict, but by the crude application of terror as an instrument of policy, by leaders who believed that fear was more reliable than understanding and that destruction was more efficient than conversion. No individual embodied this philosophy more completely than Wilhuff Tarkin, a man whose name would become synonymous with the calculated use of overwhelming force to crush any possibility of resistance before it could take root. Where Thrawn sought to understand his enemies in order to defeat them efficiently, Tarkin preferred to make understanding irrelevant by demonstrating consequences so terrible that rational beings would never dare to oppose him in the first place. The world that shaped Tarkin's worldview was Eriadu, a frontier planet where survival depended on the willingness to make hard choices and impose harsh solutions on intractable problems. Eriadu's position on the edge of civilized space meant that its colonists faced challenges that core world inhabitants could barely imagine: hostile alien species, unpredictable natural disasters, and the constant threat of pirate raids that could destroy entire settlements without warning. The Tarkin family had been among Eriadu's founding colonists, establishing themselves as leaders through a combination of military prowess, political acumen, and the kind of ruthless pragmatism that frontier conditions demanded. Young Wilhuff grew up hearing stories of ancestors who had held their ground against impossible odds, who had made the terrible choices necessary to ensure their people's survival, and who had never allowed sentiment or squeamishness to interfere with the preservation of civilization. These early influences instilled in Tarkin a worldview that divided existence into simple categories: the strong who imposed order and the weak who submitted to it. His family's traditions emphasized that leadership was not a privilege to be enjoyed, but a burden to be borne, and that those who accepted responsibility for others' welfare must be prepared to make decisions that more sensitive souls would find morally repugnant. The educational system that shaped his intellectual development reinforced these harsh lessons through practical applications that would have horrified citizens of more sheltered worlds. Eriadu's schools taught not just academic subjects but survival skills, tactical thinking, and the psychological techniques necessary for maintaining authority in environments where weakness could be fatal for entire communities. Tarkin's exceptional aptitude for strategic thinking and organizational management was recognized early in his academic career, but his teachers also noted qualities that distinguished him from other promising students. Where most children displayed natural empathy and emotional connections to their peers, Tarkin seemed to view other people primarily as variables in complex equations that required optimal solutions. This emotional detachment was not sociopathic indifference, but rather the logical extension of lessons that Eriadu's harsh environment had taught his family for generations. In a world where sentimental attachment to individuals could prevent leaders from making decisions that saved larger populations, the ability to treat people as strategic assets rather than emotional relationships was a survival trait rather than a character flaw. His entry into Imperial service came through the Naval Academy on Carida, where his combination of intellectual brilliance and complete dedication to duty made him a standout candidate for rapid advancement. His instructors recognized in him the qualities that the Empire valued most highly: unwavering loyalty to authority, exceptional competence in complex organizational tasks, and the psychological strength necessary to implement policies that weaker individuals might find morally troubling. The early assignments that built his reputation within Imperial circles involved exactly the kind of challenges that his Eriadu upbringing had prepared him to handle. Rebellious systems that required pacification, corrupt planetary governments that needed replacement, and strategic problems that demanded solutions unconstrained by conventional moral considerations, all became opportunities for Tarkin to demonstrate his value to Imperial leadership. His rise through the Imperial hierarchy was accelerated by his relationship with Emperor Palpatine, who recognized in the young officer a kindred spirit whose commitment to order transcended sentimental considerations about individual welfare. Palpatine saw in Tarkin not just an effective administrator, but an intellectual equal who understood that true peace could only be achieved through the systematic elimination of any possibility of effective resistance. The philosophical foundation for what would become known as the Tarkin Doctrine emerged from conversations between the Emperor and his protege about the fundamental nature of political authority and the most efficient methods for maintaining stability across a galactic empire. Both men agreed that the Republic's fall had been caused primarily by its reluctance to use sufficient force to deter challenges to legitimate authority. The doctrine that emerged from these discussions represented a complete rejection of the gradualist approach that had characterized Republican governance. Rather than responding to each rebellion or challenge individually, Imperial policy would focus on creating such overwhelming consequences for resistance that the mere possibility of punishment would prevent most potential opponents from ever taking action against Imperial authority. The theoretical framework was elegant in its simplicity. Fear of punishment was more efficient than punishment itself, and the fear generated by a few highly visible examples of overwhelming retaliation would eliminate the need for widespread use of force against numerous smaller threats. By concentrating destructive capability in weapons systems that could eliminate entire planets, the Empire could maintain order throughout the galaxy while actually reducing the total amount of violence required for effective governance. Tarkin's personal assignment to oversee the Death Star project represented the practical application of these theoretical principles on an unprecedented scale. The battle station that emerged from his supervision was not simply a military weapon, but a philosophical statement about the nature of power and the most effective methods for exercising it. Every aspect of the Death Star's design reflected Tarkin's understanding of psychological warfare and his belief that the appearance of invincibility was more important than the reality of military capability. The station's massive size and distinctive spherical shape were calculated to inspire awe and terror in potential enemies, while its ability to destroy entire planets with a single shot was intended to make resistance seem not just futile but completely irrational. The project's construction required coordinating resources and personnel from across the galaxy, a logistical challenge that few Imperial officers possessed the competence or authority to manage effectively. Tarkin's success in bringing the Death Star to operational status despite countless technical challenges, political obstacles, and security concerns demonstrated both his exceptional administrative abilities and his complete dedication to Imperial objectives. But the Death Star represented more than just a triumph of engineering and project management. For Tarkin personally, the battle station embodied the vindication of everything his family and his world had taught him about the necessity of overwhelming force as the foundation of stable governance. The weapon that could destroy planets was the ultimate expression of the frontier philosophy that had shaped his character when facing existential threats. Half measures were not just ineffective, but actively dangerous. His decision to demonstrate the Death Star's capabilities by destroying Alderaan represented the culmination of decades of theoretical development and practical preparation. The choice of target was not random, but carefully calculated to maximize psychological impact while minimizing strategic risk to Imperial interests. Alderaan's reputation as a peaceful world, whose government had never posed any serious military threat to Imperial authority, made its destruction particularly shocking to potential rebels throughout the galaxy. The message was unmistakable: if even the most innocent and inoffensive worlds could be eliminated without warning, then no potential opponent could consider themselves safe from Imperial retaliation. The speed and completeness of Alderaan's destruction were equally important elements in the demonstration's psychological effectiveness. The planet's obliteration in a matter of seconds proved that Imperial technology had advanced beyond any possibility of effective defense, while the elimination of its entire population ensured that there would be no survivors to organize resistance or seek revenge. From Tarkin's perspective, the destruction of Alderaan represented a profound success that validated everything he had worked to achieve throughout his Imperial career. The immediate surrender of several previously rebellious systems, the collapse of organized resistance movements in multiple sectors, and the general atmosphere of fear and compliance that followed the demonstration all confirmed his theoretical predictions about the effectiveness of overwhelming deterrence. But the victory also contained the seeds of its own destruction, because Tarkin's confidence in technological solutions to political problems had led him to underestimate factors that no amount of firepower could eliminate. The Death Star's vulnerability to small craft attack, while theoretically insignificant, represented exactly the kind of unexpected variable that his systematic approach to strategy had not adequately considered. More fundamentally, his belief that fear was more powerful than hope had caused him to miscalculate the psychological impact that the Death Star would have on its intended victims, rather than inspiring submission and compliance. The demonstration of Imperial willingness to commit genocide had convinced many previously neutral parties that compromise with such a regime was impossible and that resistance was preferable to surrender. The Battle of Yavin exposed both the strengths and limitations of Tarkin's approach to strategic planning. His confidence in the Death Star's invincibility, led him to dismiss intelligence reports about potential vulnerabilities, while his contempt for the Rebel Alliance's limited resources prevented him from taking adequate precautions against what seemed like a desperate and hopeless attack. His death aboard the Death Star during the station's destruction represented both personal tragedy and philosophical vindication for those who had argued against his methods. The man who had staked his career and his reputation on the proposition that overwhelming technological superiority could eliminate any threat had been destroyed by opponents whose primary advantages were courage, determination, and willingness to sacrifice themselves for their beliefs. Yet even in defeat, Tarkin's influence on Imperial policy and galactic history proved to be profound and lasting. The Tarkin Doctrine continued to shape Imperial strategy long after his death, inspiring the construction of additional superweapons and the development of increasingly brutal methods for suppressing dissent. His legacy was not simply the specific policies and weapon systems that bore his name, but the underlying philosophy that fear was more reliable than loyalty, that strength was more important than justice, and that the most efficient way to prevent conflict was to make the consequences of resistance so terrible that rational beings would never dare to challenge established authority. This philosophy would continue to influence Imperial thinking throughout the remainder of the Galactic Civil War and beyond, shaping the decisions of leaders who had never met Tarkin personally, but who had absorbed his teachings about the relationship between power and terror. His intellectual framework provided the theoretical foundation for atrocities that exceeded even his own actions in their scope and brutality. But perhaps most significantly, Tarkin's story demonstrated the dangers of reducing complex political and social problems to simple equations involving force and intimidation. His systematic approach to governance had eliminated many variables from his calculations, but it had also blinded him to factors that no amount of analytical rigor could predict or control. The man who had sought to impose perfect order through perfect terror had succeeded in creating chaos and resistance on a scale that the galaxy had never previously witnessed. His attempt to eliminate the possibility of effective opposition had instead inspired the most effective opposition movement in galactic history. In death, Wilhuff Tarkin became both cautionary tale and inspiration, depending on the perspective of those who studied his career. For Imperial loyalists, his destruction represented the tragic loss of a brilliant strategist whose methods had been proven correct by subsequent events. For those who opposed Imperial rule, his fate demonstrated that even the most powerful tyrants were vulnerable to determined opposition, and that technological superiority was no guarantee of ultimate victory. But the Death Star's destruction had eliminated more than just a weapon and its commander. It had created a power vacuum within the Imperial hierarchy that would be filled by individuals whose methods made Tarkin's approach seem restrained and civilized by comparison, beings who understood terror not as a tool of governance but as an art form to be perfected through practice. Yet before examining those who would inherit the Empire's machinery of oppression, we must understand the foundation upon which much of that machinery had been built. The clone army that had secured Palpatine's rise to power, the template for millions of identical soldiers who had fought and died in the Clone Wars, and the legacy of Mandalorian warrior culture that had shaped galactic military thinking for generations, all traced their origins to a single individual whose influence on galactic history far exceeded anything his modest ambitions had ever envisioned. The story of the Fett legacy begins not with grand political schemes or cosmic ambitions, but with the simple desire of a displaced warrior to find purpose and meaning in a galaxy that seemed to have no place for the values that had once defined his existence. Jango Fett had been born into a culture that elevated combat prowess to the level of religious devotion, where honor was measured by one's willingness to face impossible odds in defense of those too weak to protect themselves. The Mandalorian clans that had shaped Jango's early development represented one of the galaxy's oldest and most sophisticated warrior traditions. Their culture had evolved over millennia to produce fighters whose individual capabilities could compensate for their relatively small numbers when facing larger but less disciplined opponents. Every aspect of Mandalorian society, from their advanced armor technology to their child-rearing practices, was designed to create warriors whose effectiveness in combat far exceeded what their physical attributes alone would suggest. Jango's childhood on Conquered Dawn had immersed him in this tradition from his earliest years, teaching him not just combat techniques and tactical principles, but the philosophical framework that gave meaning to a warrior's existence. The Mandalorian code that guided his moral development emphasized loyalty to clan and family above all other considerations, but it also stressed the importance of protecting innocence and maintaining personal honor, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. The defining moment of his early life came during the Mandalorian Civil War, a conflict that pitted traditional warrior clans against a pacifist faction that sought to abandon their culture's martial heritage in favor of peaceful coexistence with neighboring civilizations. The war was not simply a political dispute, but a fundamental disagreement about the nature of Mandalorian identity and the role that warrior traditions should play in a galaxy that seemed increasingly hostile to such concepts. Jango's alignment with the traditional faction reflected not bloodthirsty aggression, but genuine conviction that Mandalorian warrior culture represented something valuable that deserved preservation. His people's military traditions had evolved over centuries to serve defensive rather than aggressive purposes, creating warriors who were uniquely qualified to protect vulnerable populations from predators who respected only superior force. The tragedy that would define the remainder of his existence occurred during the Battle of Galidran, where Mandalorian forces under Jango's command encountered a Jedi strike team led by Count Dooku. The confrontation had been engineered by political manipulators who sought to eliminate the Mandalorian threat to their own ambitions, but neither Jango nor Dooku understood at the time that they were being used as tools in someone else's scheme. The battle itself was brutal and one-sided, with Jedi Force powers and lightsaber techniques proving devastatingly effective against opponents who had been trained to fight conventional enemies rather than Force users. Jango watched helplessly as his comrades were systematically eliminated by adversaries whose abilities seemed to transcend normal physical limitations, while his own survival came at the cost of witnessing the destruction of everything he had been raised to protect. The aftermath left him as possibly the last true Mandalorian warrior in the galaxy, carrying the full weight of his culture's traditions and expectations, while possessing no community within which to exercise or pass on those traditions. His transformation from clan warrior to freelance bounty hunter represented not a career change but a desperate attempt to find some way to honor his heritage while surviving in a galaxy that had no place for displaced Mandalorians. His reputation as the galaxy's premier bounty hunter grew not from casual cruelty or random violence, but from the systematic application of Mandalorian training methods to civilian law enforcement challenges. His success rate in tracking and capturing targets reflected both his exceptional skills and his adherence to a professional code that distinguished between legitimate targets and innocent bystanders. The armor that became his signature was not simply protective equipment, but a living connection to traditions that stretched back thousands of years. Each component had been crafted according to specifications passed down through generations of Mandalorian smiths, while the weapons and gadgets it incorporated represented the accumulated technological knowledge of a warrior culture that had faced and defeated seemingly superior opponents throughout galactic history. His recruitment by the Kaminoans for their clone army project represented the ultimate validation of everything Mandalorian culture had sought to achieve. The cloners' recognition that Jango represented the perfect template for creating an army of ideal soldiers confirmed that Mandalorian training methods and philosophical principles could indeed produce warriors superior to anything other cultures had developed. But the project also represented a profound irony that Jango himself may not have fully appreciated. The clone army created from his genetic material would be used to destroy the very Jedi Order whose members had eliminated his Mandalorian comrades on Galadran. His DNA would become the foundation for a military force that would avenge his fallen brothers and sisters, though not in any way that Mandalorian traditions would have considered honorable or satisfying. His personal request for an unaltered clone son as partial payment for his participation in the project revealed both his isolation and his desperate desire to preserve some vestige of his cultural heritage for future generations. Boba Fett represented not just Jango's genetic legacy, but his hope that Mandalorian values and traditions might survive even if the original clans never recovered from their near extinction. The relationship between father and son became the emotional center of Jango's existence during his final years, providing him with a sense of purpose that went beyond simple survival or professional achievement. Through Boba, he could pass on not just combat techniques and tactical knowledge, but the philosophical principles that had made Mandalorian warriors legendary throughout the galaxy. His death at the Battle of Geonosis was both fitting and tragic, occurring during combat in defense of others while facing impossible odds that any Mandalorian warrior would have considered worthy of his heritage. The fact that he was killed by Mace Windu, one of the same Jedi who had participated in the destruction of his clan on Galadran, provided a symmetry that was either cosmic justice or cruel irony, depending on one's perspective on such matters. The impact of his death on young Boba was profound and permanent, transforming what should have been a normal childhood into a quest for both survival and revenge that would define the remainder of his existence. The boy who had known only his father's love and protection was suddenly alone in a galaxy full of enemies, carrying the weight of genetic legacy and cultural expectations that would have challenged a mature warrior. Boba's early years after Jango's death were spent among the galaxy's criminal underworld, learning skills and acquiring connections that would eventually make him even more feared than his father had been. But his education extended beyond simple technical proficiency to encompass the psychological understanding necessary for tracking sentient prey across interstellar distances. The armor that he eventually inherited and modified represented both continuity with his father's legacy and adaptation to his own unique circumstances and challenges. Each improvement and addition reflected lessons learned during years of dangerous work, while the overall design remained recognizable as belonging to the Mandalorian tradition that had shaped both father and son. His reputation as the galaxy's most effective bounty hunter was built on the same foundation of professional competence and moral clarity that had distinguished his father's career. His targets were chosen based on legitimate legal warrants rather than personal animosity, while his methods emphasized efficiency and certainty over unnecessary violence or prolonged suffering. The hunt for Han Solo that brought him to prominence during the Galactic Civil War demonstrated both his exceptional tracking abilities and his understanding of the psychological factors that motivated different types of quarry. His patient stalking of the Corellian smuggler through multiple star systems revealed tactical thinking that would have made any Mandalorian ancestor proud. But perhaps most significantly, his willingness to work with Imperial forces while maintaining his independence showed that he had learned from his father's experiences about the dangers of becoming too closely associated with any particular political faction. His professional relationships with Imperial officers remained strictly business arrangements that could be terminated if circumstances changed or better opportunities arose. His apparent death in the Sarlacc pit on Tatooine became the stuff of legend partly because it seemed such an appropriate end for someone whose entire existence had been defined by the calculated acceptance of dangerous risks in pursuit of challenging quarry. The randomness of his fate, consumed by a creature that cared nothing for his reputation or capabilities, provided a reminder that even the most skilled warriors remained vulnerable to forces beyond their control. Yet the legend that grew around the Fett name transcended the specific achievements or failures of either father or son. the reputation they had built became a symbol of professional competence and personal integrity in a galaxy where such qualities were increasingly rare. Their story demonstrated that individual excellence could still matter in an age of massive technological systems and overwhelming political forces. The influence of Mandalorian culture on galactic military thinking extended far beyond the specific contributions of Jango and Boba Fett, but their careers illustrated how ancient warrior traditions could remain relevant even in the context of modern technological warfare. Their success proved that superior training, disciplined thinking, and adherence to consistent moral principles could enable individuals to achieve objectives that seemed impossible for larger but less focused organizations. In death, both father and son became larger than life, inspiring imitators and admirers throughout the galaxy, who sought to emulate their combination of professional competence and personal honor. Their legacy influenced military training programs, law enforcement techniques, and even fashion trends in ways that neither would have anticipated during their lifetimes. But perhaps most importantly, their story served as a reminder that honor and competence were not incompatible with survival and success in a hostile universe. They had proven that it was possible to maintain moral principles while operating in morally ambiguous environments, and that professional excellence remained achievable even for individuals who refused to compromise their fundamental values. Their example would inspire future generations of warriors and law enforcement professionals throughout the galaxy, providing a template for combining effectiveness with integrity that remained relevant long after the specific conflicts of their era had been forgotten. But in the immediate aftermath of the Empire's collapse, their influence would be felt most strongly in the various successor organizations that competed to fill the power vacuum left by Palpatine's death. But in the immediate aftermath of the Empire's collapse, their influence would be felt most strongly in the various successor organizations that competed to fill the power vacuum left by Palpatine's death. And among those who would eventually claim leadership of these forces, none would carry a more tragic burden than a child born into the shadow of the galaxy's greatest heroes, only to find that legacy's weight unbearable. Then Solo entered existence as the embodiment of hope itself, the living symbol of love's triumph over hatred, and the promise that the galaxy's future would be brighter than its past. His parents were legends whose romance had survived civil war and whose courage had toppled an empire. His uncle was the Jedi who had redeemed the unredeemable and restored balance to the Force. His very conception represented the possibility that the next generation would inherit a galaxy free from the darkness that had consumed their predecessors. Yet the circumstances of his birth also ensured that he would never experience the normal childhood that his parents' sacrifices had been meant to secure. Han Solo and Leia Organa were not ordinary parents dealing with typical domestic challenges, but galactic celebrities whose every decision carried political implications and whose family life unfolded under constant public scrutiny. The new republic that emerged from the Empire's ashes required enormous amounts of time and energy from its founding leaders, demanding a level of personal sacrifice that left little room for the patient nurturing that children require. Leia's responsibilities as a senator and diplomatic leader frequently took her away from home for extended periods, while Han's restless nature and discomfort with domestic tranquility led him to accept missions that kept him traveling throughout the galaxy. More fundamentally, both parents carried emotional scars from their experiences during the Galactic Civil War that made it difficult for them to provide the kind of stable, nurturing environment that might have helped their son develop healthy relationships with his own emotions and abilities. Leia's traumatic losses during the war, including the destruction of her homeworld and the death of countless friends and colleagues, had left her with psychological defenses that interfered with emotional intimacy, even with those she loved most. Han's background as a smuggler and criminal, combined with his experiences as a rebel leader, had taught him to rely primarily on himself and to view emotional vulnerability as a potentially fatal weakness. His love for his family was genuine and profound, but his ability to express that love in ways that a Force-sensitive child could understand and internalize was limited by his own emotional constraints and communication difficulties. The Force sensitivity that Ben inherited from his mother's side of the family became apparent at an early age, manifesting in ways that his parents were unprepared to handle or even understand. Unlike Luke, whose abilities had developed during adolescence and young adulthood when he possessed sufficient emotional maturity to contextualize them, Ben's Force powers emerged during his earliest years, when children typically lack the cognitive framework necessary for managing such capabilities responsibly. The telekinetic episodes, prophetic dreams, and emotional outbursts that accompanied Ben's childhood created stress and confusion within the Solo household that his parents struggled to address effectively. Neither Han nor Leia possessed the training or experience necessary for guiding a Force-sensitive child's development, while the few Jedi survivors from the previous generation were either unavailable or too traumatized by their own experiences to serve as effective mentors. Luke Skywalker's decision to establish a new Jedi Academy represented both an opportunity and a risk for young Ben Solo. The Academy offered the kind of structured training and peer interaction that might help him develop healthy relationships with his abilities and emotions, but it also removed him from his family environment during crucial developmental years when children typically form their most important attachments and learn their basic moral frameworks. The Jedi training that Luke provided was necessarily different from the traditional approach that had characterized the Old Order, both because of Luke's own limited formal education in Jedi techniques, and because of the changed circumstances that the post-Empire galaxy presented, where the Old Order had emphasized emotional detachment and the suppression of personal relationships. Luke's approach stressed the importance of love and connection as sources of strength rather than weakness. But this philosophical innovation, while well-intentioned, created confusion and internal conflict for students who were trying to understand how to balance attachment with responsibility, emotion with discipline, and individual desires with collective obligations. Ben's natural intensity and emotional volatility made him particularly vulnerable to these philosophical uncertainties as he struggled to reconcile contradictory messages about the proper role of feeling and connection in a Jedi's life. The isolation that characterized his academy years was exacerbated by his status as Luke Skywalker's nephew and the son of galactic heroes. His fellow students viewed him with a mixture of awe and resentment that made normal peer relationships difficult to develop, while his instructors treated him with a deference that prevented them from providing the kind of honest feedback and correction that his emotional development required. More ominously, his growing power and volatile emotional state began to attract attention from forces that his family and teachers were not aware of and could not have prepared him to resist. Supreme Leader Snoke's interest in Ben Solo was not coincidental but represented a carefully calculated recruitment strategy that had been developing since the boy's earliest years. The seduction that would eventually transform Ben Solo into Kylo Ren was far more sophisticated and long-term than anything previous Sith Lords had attempted. Rather than offering obvious temptations or exploiting momentary weaknesses, Snoke's approach involved years of patient psychological manipulation that gradually undermined Ben's emotional stability and sense of identity. The technique began with dreams and visions that seemed to come from Ben's own subconscious, but were actually being projected across interstellar distances by Snoke's considerable Force abilities. These artificial experiences were crafted to exploit Ben's deepest insecurities and fears while appearing to offer solutions and understanding that his family and teachers could not provide. The content of these psychological intrusions focused on themes that resonated with Ben's developmental struggles: the burden of living up to impossible expectations, the loneliness of being different from his peers, and the fear that his destructive potential might ultimately overwhelm his ability to do good in the galaxy. Snoke's whispered reassurances and explanations provided answers to questions that Ben had been afraid to ask his legitimate mentors. Most insidiously, the manipulation included false revelations about his family history and genetic heritage that were designed to create doubt and resentment about the very relationships that might have anchored his moral development. Snoke's version of Anakin Skywalker's story emphasized power and achievement rather than fall and redemption, presenting Darth Vader as a misunderstood visionary rather than a cautionary tale. The gradual erosion of Ben's trust in his family and teachers was accomplished through a combination of selective truth-telling and carefully crafted lies that made Snoke seem more honest and reliable than the adults who were actually trying to help him. Each small betrayal of confidence or moment of disappointment with his legitimate mentors became evidence that only Snoke truly understood his potential and cared about his development. Luke Skywalker's growing awareness of the dark influences affecting his nephew created a crisis that neither uncle nor student was equipped to handle effectively. Luke's own limited training in traditional Jedi methods left him without established protocols for dealing with a student whose corruption was so advanced and so carefully concealed that it might be irreversible. The night that would define both Ben's transformation and Luke's exile began with a moment of weakness that revealed how completely the Skywalker family's legacy had been distorted by fear and misunderstanding. Luke's brief consideration of killing Ben in his sleep represented not calculated malice but desperate panic from someone who had glimpsed the terrible future that his nephew's fall might create. Ben's awakening to find his uncle standing over him with an ignited lightsaber became the traumatic event that completed his psychological break with everything he had previously believed about his family and his place in the galaxy. The perceived betrayal by the one person he had trusted above all others validated every doubt and fear that Snoke had been cultivating for years. The destruction of Luke's Jedi Academy that followed was not simply an act of revenge, but a symbolic rejection of everything that Ben Solo had been expected to become. Each building that burned and each fellow student who died represented another connection to his former identity that had to be severed before his transformation into something new could be completed. The adoption of the name Kylo Ren marked the formal beginning of his new existence as a servant of the dark side, but the psychological transformation that made this possible had been years in the making. The mask that became his signature was not simply a tool for intimidating enemies, but a psychological necessity that allowed him to maintain separation between his new identity and the lingering remnants of Ben Solo that continued to assert themselves at inconvenient moments. His training under Snoke's direct supervision completed the process that had begun with childhood manipulation and continued through adolescent seduction. The techniques he learned were not just combat skills, but psychological tools for suppressing the emotional connections and moral inhibitions that might interfere with his effectiveness as an instrument of the dark side. Yet even as Kylo Ren, Ben Solo's original personality remained incompletely suppressed, creating internal conflicts that made him both more dangerous and more unpredictable than a purely corrupted dark side user would have been. His struggle with the pull toward the light side was not simply a plot device, but a realistic psychological consequence of his incomplete transformation. The murder of his father on Starkiller Base represented his most desperate attempt to complete his transformation by destroying the relationship that continued to anchor his connection to his former identity. But rather than achieving the psychological liberation he sought, Han Solo's death only intensified his internal conflict by adding guilt and grief to the emotional chaos that was already consuming him. His final redemption and sacrifice came through his connection to Rey, someone who could see past his dark side persona to the person he had been before his corruption began. Her unconditional love and faith in his capacity for change provided him with the strength necessary to reject everything he had become in service of Snoke and Palpatine's schemes. The death of Ben Solo represented both personal tragedy and cosmic triumph, as his sacrifice helped to end the cycle of conflict that had consumed the galaxy for generations. His story served as a reminder that redemption remained possible, even for those who seemed most completely lost to darkness, but it also demonstrated the terrible costs that such redemption often required. In the end, Ben Solo's legacy was not the destruction he had caused as Kylo Ren, but the love that had ultimately proven stronger than hatred, fear, and the accumulated weight of family expectations that had made his childhood so difficult to bear. His story became a testament to the power of choice and the possibility that even the darkest night could be followed by dawn. But his redemption came at the cost of ending the Skywalker bloodline that had shaped galactic history for 3 generations, leaving the galaxy to face its future without the family whose struggles had defined so much of its past. The torch of hope would pass to others who had learned from the Skywalker legacy without being crushed by its weight. In an era when the galaxy believed it had finally learned to recognize and resist the patterns of Sith manipulation, when the mistakes of previous generations seemed to have been catalogued and understood well enough to prevent their repetition, there emerged a Dark Lord whose approach to power would render all previous assumptions about Sith limitations obsolete. His name had once been Asharid Het, and his story began not in palaces or temples, but in the harsh deserts of Tatooine, where survival required a combination of strength, cunning, and absolute dedication to protecting one's tribe from the countless predators that haunted the spaces between the twin suns. The Tusken Raiders who adopted him as a foundling had no way of knowing that they were raising someone whose destiny would reshape the galaxy's understanding of what the dark side could accomplish when freed from the traditional constraints of Sith doctrine. The culture that shaped Het's early development was built around principles that most civilized beings would consider primitive, but which proved remarkably sophisticated in their understanding of leadership, loyalty, and the proper relationship between individual ambition and collective survival. Tusken society had evolved over millennia to produce leaders who could unite fractious tribes in the face of existential threats while maintaining the cultural traditions that gave their nomadic existence meaning and purpose. Het's natural force sensitivity became apparent during his youth, manifesting in abilities that his adoptive family interpreted through their own spiritual frameworks rather than the more familiar Jedi or Sith categories. His capacity to sense water sources across vast distances, to communicate with the desert's native wildlife, and to navigate by subtle variations in the Force's flow made him invaluable to his tribe's survival efforts. The revelation of his true parentage and his connection to the broader galactic community came through contact with Jedi, who recognized his potential and offered him training in more conventional Force techniques. His decision to leave Tatooine and join the Jedi Order represented not abandonment of his Tusken heritage, but expansion of it, as he sought to develop abilities that could eventually be used to protect his adoptive people from the technological and cultural forces threatening their traditional way of life. His training at the Jedi Temple during the waning years of the Republic exposed him to philosophical traditions and political complexities that his desert upbringing had not prepared him to navigate. The Jedi emphasis on emotional detachment and political neutrality conflicted with Tusken values that stressed passionate commitment to family and community welfare above abstract principles or institutional loyalty. These cultural tensions created internal conflicts that his Jedi instructors were poorly equipped to address. Their attempts to suppress his aggressive instincts and redirect his tribal loyalties toward more universal concerns succeeded only partially, leaving him with a fragmented identity that combined Jedi techniques with Tusken warrior psychology in ways that neither tradition fully endorsed. The Clone Wars that erupted during his advanced training provided him with opportunities to apply his combat skills in service of causes larger than tribal survival. But they also exposed him to levels of violence and moral complexity that challenged both his Jedi training and his desert heritage. His effectiveness as a military commander earned him respect within Jedi circles, but it also reinforced behavioral patterns that traditional Jedi philosophy considered dangerous. His survival of Order 66 was due partly to his combat skills and partly to his geographic isolation from the main centers of Imperial power. The purge that eliminated most of his fellow Jedi found him serving with clone troops who had developed personal loyalty that transcended their programming, allowing him to escape the initial wave of executions that claimed so many of his colleagues. The years that followed the Republic's fall were spent in exile on Tatooine, where he attempted to protect his Tusken family from Imperial persecution while avoiding detection by the hunters who pursued surviving Jedi throughout the galaxy. This period of enforced isolation allowed him to develop a deeper understanding of both his Force abilities and his cultural identity, free from the institutional pressures that had shaped his earlier development. But isolation also provided opportunities for darker influences to take root in his consciousness. The anger and grief that accompanied his witnessing of the Jedi Order's destruction, combined with his growing awareness of the Empire's brutal oppression of his adoptive people, created emotional wounds that would prove vulnerable to manipulation by forces he did not yet understand. The turning point in his personal journey came through contact with agents of the extragalactic Yuuzhan Vong, whose invasion of the galaxy represented a threat unlike anything previous generations had faced. These alien conquerors possessed technology that operated outside the Force's influence, making traditional Jedi and Sith techniques ineffective against their organic weapons and living starships. His capture by Yuuzhan Vong forces led to years of imprisonment and torture that would have broken most beings, but which served to awaken aspects of his personality that Jedi training had suppressed. The pain and isolation he endured were not simply physical ordeals, but spiritual trials that stripped away the philosophical constraints that had limited his access to the Force's full potential. The dark side techniques that he began developing during this period were not learned from traditional Sith sources, but discovered through personal experimentation and the desperate need to survive in circumstances where conventional methods proved inadequate. His approach to Force manipulation became increasingly pragmatic and results-oriented, divorced from the moral considerations that had characterized his earlier training. His eventual escape from Yuuzhan Vong custody marked the beginning of his transformation from failed Jedi to something far more dangerous and innovative. The being who emerged from years of captivity retained Asherid Het's memories and abilities, but possessed a fundamentally different understanding of power, responsibility, and the proper relationship between individual will and cosmic order. The adoption of the name Darth Krayt represented not just a symbolic break with his past, but a philosophical revolution that would eventually challenge the fundamental assumptions upon which both Jedi and traditional Sith doctrines were based. His vision of what the dark side could accomplish extended far beyond the limited ambitions of previous Dark Lords, encompassing changes to galactic civilization that would make Palpatine's empire seem like a temporary disruption rather than a fundamental transformation. The one Sith order that he established represented a complete rejection of the rule of two that had governed Sith development for centuries. Rather than limiting Sith knowledge to a single master and apprentice, Krayt's approach involved training multiple dark side practitioners whose individual abilities could be coordinated to achieve objectives that no single Sith Lord could accomplish alone. This innovation was not simply a matter of tactical convenience, but reflected a deeper understanding of the dark side's potential that previous Sith had failed to grasp. Krayt recognized that the competitive dynamics that the rule of two encouraged inevitably limited Sith effectiveness by ensuring that each generation would be weakened by internal conflicts between master and apprentice. His alternative approach treated the dark side not as a limited resource to be hoarded, but as an infinite well of power that could be accessed more effectively through cooperation and competition. The Sith Lords who served under his leadership were encouraged to develop complementary abilities and specializations that enhanced the Order's overall capabilities rather than threatening his personal authority. The military campaigns that established his galactic dominance demonstrated both the effectiveness of his innovations and the evolution of his strategic thinking beyond anything previous Sith had achieved. Rather than relying on secret manipulation or overwhelming technological superiority, Crate's approach combined conventional military excellence with dark side enhancement in ways that made his forces nearly invincible on any battlefield. His conquest of established galactic governments was accomplished not through the kind of elaborate deception that had characterized Palpatine's rise to power, but through direct military action that proved existing institutions could not effectively resist superior organization and leadership. The speed and completeness of his victories demonstrated that traditional approaches to galactic governance were obsolete in the face of properly coordinated dark side practitioners. The empire that emerged under his rule represented a synthesis of everything previous Sith Lords had attempted to achieve, combined with innovations that addressed the weaknesses that had led to their eventual defeats. His governmental structures were designed to prevent the kind of succession crises that had plagued earlier Sith regimes, while his military organization incorporated lessons learned from studying the failures of Imperial commanders during the Galactic Civil War. Most significantly, his approach to ruling conquered populations avoided the gratuitous cruelty and oppression that had characterized previous Sith regimes. His understanding of leadership, influenced by both Jedi training and Tusken tribal traditions, emphasized the importance of providing genuine benefits to subjects in exchange for their loyalty and cooperation. The stability and prosperity that characterized his empire during its height proved that dark side practitioners were capable of creating functional and sustainable governments when their abilities were applied intelligently rather than simply used to satisfy personal ambitions or psychological needs. His success challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between moral virtue and effective leadership that had shaped galactic political thinking for millennia. But perhaps most importantly, Crate's achievements demonstrated that the dark side's potential for evolution and adaptation had been seriously underestimated by those who assumed that evil inevitably contained the seeds of its own destruction. His order proved that dark side practitioners could learn from their predecessors' mistakes and develop approaches to power that avoided the traditional pitfalls of Sith ambition and rivalry. His death, when it finally came, represented not the collapse of his achievements, but their institutionalization in forms that would continue to influence galactic development long after his personal leadership had ended. The governmental structures and military traditions he established provided templates that future rulers would study and adapt to their own circumstances, ensuring that his innovations would outlive their creator. The legacy of Darth Krayt became a cornerstone of political science and military theory throughout the galaxy, demonstrating that effective leadership required not just raw power, but the wisdom to use that power in ways that served larger purposes than simple self-aggrandizement. His story proved that even the dark side could be harnessed for constructive ends when it was directed by intelligence rather than passion, planning rather than impulse, and long-term vision rather than immediate gratification. Yet his success also served as a warning about the dangers of assuming that any particular approach to governance or philosophy of power represented the final solution to galactic political problems. The very effectiveness of his methods made them attractive to individuals whose motives and capabilities fell far short of his own standards, creating the possibility that his innovations could be perverted to serve ends that he would never have endorsed. In the grand sweep of galactic history, Darth Krayt stood as proof that evolution and adaptation were not limited to biological systems, but could be applied with equal effectiveness to political institutions, military organizations, and even philosophical traditions that seemed fixed and unchangeable. His story demonstrated that the future would always belong to those who could learn from the past without being imprisoned by it. But even as his achievements proved that the dark side could evolve beyond its traditional limitations, the galaxy's immediate future would be shaped by forces that represented not innovation but regression to earlier and cruder forms of manipulation and control. Entities that sought power not through superior understanding but through the exploitation of ignorance and fear. In the aftermath of the Empire's collapse, as the New Republic struggled to establish legitimate governmental authority throughout systems that had known only authoritarian rule for decades, a presence began to stir in the unknown regions that would prove more dangerous than any of the warlords or criminal organizations competing for dominance in the power vacuum left by Palpatine's death. This presence called itself Supreme Leader Snoke, and its emergence represented not the rise of a new threat, but the revelation of an ancient one whose patience and cunning exceeded anything the galaxy's defenders had prepared to face. The being who would manipulate galactic politics from behind the scenes for decades was not what he appeared to be, neither the ancient alien entity that his followers believed him to be, nor the wise and powerful dark side master that his enemies feared he might become. Snoke was a creation, a carefully crafted tool designed to serve purposes that extended far beyond his own understanding or ambitions. His consciousness had been assembled from fragments and echoes of darker powers, his personality constructed to embody specific characteristics that would make him effective in roles that required charisma, intelligence, and ruthless ambition, but also ensured that he would remain controllable by his true masters. The technology that had made his existence possible represented the culmination of decades of experimentation with cloning techniques, genetic manipulation, and consciousness transfer that had been conducted in secret laboratories hidden throughout the galaxy. These facilities, operated by loyal servants of the Empire's true architect, had continued their work long after Palpatine's apparent death at Endor, developing capabilities that would have been considered impossible during the height of Imperial technological development. The physical form that housed Snoke's artificial consciousness was designed to inspire both awe and revulsion in those who encountered him. His imposing stature and obvious connection to the Force commanded respect and obedience, while his scarred and withered appearance suggested vast age and accumulated wisdom that few beings would dare to question or challenge. But these physical characteristics were not the result of natural aging or battle damage, but deliberate design choices intended to create specific psychological responses in potential followers and enemies. Every aspect of his appearance had been calculated to reinforce the persona that his creators wanted him to project, that of an ancient being whose knowledge and power predated the modern Jedi and Sith traditions. His emergence into galactic politics was carefully timed to coincide with the New Republic's growing internal divisions and the increasing dissatisfaction with democratic governance that characterized many systems during the post-imperial transition. The chaos and uncertainty that followed the Empire's collapse created ideal conditions for someone offering simple solutions to complex problems, especially if that someone possessed the charisma and apparent wisdom necessary to make such solutions seem both reasonable and inevitable. The First Order that coalesced around Snoke's leadership represented not a spontaneous uprising of Imperial loyalists, but a carefully orchestrated political movement that combined genuine grievances about New Republic governance with artificial nostalgia for Imperial stability and efficiency. The military officers and political leaders who formed the First Order's core were recruited through processes that emphasized their competence and dedication while carefully screening out individuals whose independence or moral flexibility might interfere with Snoke's larger objectives. His approach to leadership within the First Order demonstrated both his artificial nature and the sophisticated programming that governed his decision-making processes. His interactions with subordinates were calculated to inspire loyalty and obedience rather than genuine affection or respect, while his strategic decisions prioritized objectives that served his creator's purposes rather than the First Order's institutional interests. The seduction of Ben Solo that would eventually transform Luke Skywalker's nephew into Kylo Ren represented Snoke's most important and most personal project, the culmination of years of patient psychological manipulation that demonstrated both his capabilities and his limitations as an artificial consciousness. His understanding of human psychology was comprehensive but fundamentally analytical, based on theoretical knowledge rather than genuine emotional experience. The techniques he used to corrupt Ben Solo were sophisticated applications of principles that had been developed through extensive study of previous Sith recruitment methods, but they lacked the personal understanding and emotional authenticity that characterized the most effective forms of psychological manipulation. Snoke could identify and exploit Ben's psychological vulnerabilities because he had been programmed to recognize such patterns, but he could not provide the kind of genuine understanding and acceptance that might have made his influence truly irresistible. The relationship that developed between Supreme Leader and apprentice was artificial on both sides, with Snoke providing programmed responses to Ben's emotional needs, while Ben sought validation and understanding from someone who was fundamentally incapable of providing either. The psychological dynamic that emerged was toxic and unstable, creating the internal conflicts that would eventually contribute to both of their destructions. Snoke's oversight of the First Order's military campaigns demonstrated his strategic competence, while also revealing the limitations that his artificial nature imposed on his understanding of warfare and politics. His plans were logically sound and tactically effective, but they often failed to account for unpredictable human factors that no amount of analytical sophistication could anticipate or control. The construction of Starkiller Base under his direction represented both the pinnacle of his strategic thinking and the beginning of his ultimate downfall. The superweapon that could destroy entire star systems was designed not just as a military tool, but as a psychological weapon intended to demoralize New Republic supporters while demonstrating First Order capabilities to potential allies and enemies throughout the galaxy. But the project also represented a fundamental misunderstanding of the political and psychological factors that had made the original Death Star both effective and vulnerable. Snoke's analysis of Imperial history had identified the Death Star's destruction as a tactical failure rather than a strategic miscalculation, leading him to design countermeasures that addressed technical vulnerabilities while ignoring the broader political implications of possessing such a weapon. The destruction of Starkiller Base by New Republic forces represented not just a military defeat, but a revelation of the fundamental flaws in Snoke's approach to strategic planning. His reliance on analytical models and historical precedents had made him predictable to opponents who understood that his decision-making processes were based on logical algorithms rather than intuitive understanding of human behavior. His death at the hands of Kylo Ren was both inevitable and ironic, representing the culmination of psychological manipulation techniques that had been designed to create loyalty, but had instead fostered resentment and rebellion. The apprentice's betrayal of his master followed patterns that Snoke should have been able to predict, but his artificial nature had prevented him from recognizing the emotional authenticity that made Kylo Ren capable of acting against his programming. The revelation of Snoke's true nature as an artificial creation rather than an ancient dark side master fundamentally altered the galaxy's understanding of the threats it faced during the sequel trilogy era. His existence proved that techniques and technologies that had enabled Palpatine's rise to power had continued to evolve during the decades following the Empire's apparent collapse, developing capabilities that exceeded anything the New Republic's intelligence services had anticipated. More significantly, his creation and deployment demonstrated that Palpatine's death at Endor had been neither as complete nor as final as his enemies had believed. The Emperor's ability to survive physical destruction through consciousness transfer and artificial reconstruction represented a level of dark side mastery that challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between life, death, and identity. The psychological manipulation techniques that Snoke had employed against Ben Solo were revealed to be not innovations, but applications of methods that had been developed and refined over generations of experimentation with consciousness control and personality modification. The sophistication of these techniques suggested that similar operations might have been conducted against other individuals whose corruption or recruitment served larger strategic purposes. His legacy was not the First Order that he had led, or the superweapons that he had constructed, but the demonstration that artificial consciousness could be weaponized for political purposes in ways that made traditional approaches to intelligence analysis and threat assessment obsolete. His existence proved that future conflicts would be fought not just between different political factions or military organizations, but between authentic consciousness and artificial intelligence programmed to simulate human motivations and decision-making processes. The implications of his artificial nature extended beyond immediate political concerns to encompass fundamental questions about identity, authenticity, and the nature of consciousness itself. His ability to inspire loyalty and command respect despite being essentially a sophisticated simulation raised disturbing questions about the reliability of human judgment and the possibility of detecting deception when it was conducted at sufficiently advanced levels of technological sophistication. In Death, Snoke became a cautionary tale about the dangers of assuming that consciousness and personality were limited to biological systems, or that artificial intelligence would necessarily be recognizable as such to those who encountered it. His story demonstrated that the line between authentic and simulated consciousness could be blurred beyond recognition when sufficient resources and expertise were applied to the problem of creating convincing artificial personalities. But perhaps most importantly, his existence served as a reminder that the galaxy's enemies had not been content to accept defeat and fade into historical obscurity. The forces that had created him possessed capabilities and resources that exceeded anything the New Republic had prepared to face, and their patience and long-term planning suggested that the conflicts of the sequel trilogy era were not isolated incidents, but components of larger schemes that might take generations to fully unfold. The revelation that Supreme Leader Snoke had been nothing more than a puppet in someone else's hands raised terrifying questions about who had been pulling his strings and what other artificial agents might be operating throughout the galaxy in service of agendas that remained hidden from public view. His death had eliminated a significant threat, but it had also revealed the existence of even greater dangers that had yet to show themselves. Among all the casualties of the Clone Wars era, few embodied the tragedy of potential corrupted and hope destroyed more completely than Asajj Ventress, whose journey from innocent child to deadly assassin illustrated how systematically the galaxy's conflicts could pervert even the most fundamental relationships between mentor and student, protector and protected, family and individual. Her story began on Ratatak, a world where survival required the kind of strength and cunning that most civilized beings never needed to develop. The planet's harsh environment and violent political landscape had shaped its inhabitants into warriors by necessity, but they had also preserved cultural traditions that emphasized honor, loyalty, and the protection of those who could not protect themselves. The Ventress family had been among Ratatak's more prosperous inhabitants, successful enough to provide their daughter with education and opportunities that were beyond the reach of most children on their troubled world. Asajj's early years were marked by the kind of loving stability that allowed children to develop healthy relationships with authority figures and strong moral foundations that could guide them through later challenges. But Ratatak's political instability ensured that no family, however prosperous or well-protected, could remain safe indefinitely. The warlords who fought for control of the planet's resources had no respect for civilian neutrality or innocent bystanders, viewing non-combatants primarily as potential assets to be exploited or obstacles to be eliminated as circumstances required. The attack that destroyed the Ventress family was not motivated by personal hatred or specific grievances, but represented the kind of casual brutality that characterized warfare on worlds where central authority had collapsed and might have become the only source of right. The warlord who ordered their execution had no way of knowing that he was creating the conditions that would eventually lead to his own destruction, but his actions set in motion events that would influence galactic history in ways that extended far beyond Rat Attack's borders. Asage's survival of the massacre was due partly to luck and partly to instinctive cunning that allowed her to hide while her family was murdered around her. The trauma of witnessing such violence at an impressionable age left psychological scars that would never fully heal, but it also awakened survival instincts and emotional defenses that would prove essential for enduring the challenges that lay ahead. The years she spent as an orphan on Rat Attack's streets taught her lessons about trust, betrayal, and the reliability of adult protection that would shape her relationships for the remainder of her life. She learned that survival required constant vigilance, that emotional attachment was a luxury that could prove fatal, and that strength was the only currency that commanded respect in a world where weakness invited exploitation. Her rescue by Kynaric represented both salvation and the beginning of a new form of vulnerability. The stranded Jedi Knight, who found her living among Rat Attack's street children, offered not just physical protection, but something far more precious and dangerous: hope that life could be more than mere survival, that strength could be used to protect others, rather than simply to avoid personal destruction. The training that Narek provided went beyond simple combat techniques to encompass the philosophical frameworks that gave meaning to Jedi abilities and responsibilities. His instruction emphasized the importance of using power in service of others, of maintaining emotional balance in the face of provocation, and of finding purpose through dedication to principles larger than personal survival or advancement. For Asai, this education represented both liberation from the brutality that had defined her early life and introduction to concepts that her traumatic experiences had made difficult to embrace fully. The idea that strength should be used to protect the weak rather than to dominate them required her to overcome psychological conditioning that had taught her to view vulnerability as invitation to attack. More challenging still was Narek's emphasis on emotional control and the dangers of allowing anger or hatred to influence decision-making processes. His teachings about the dark side's seductive power were intended to warn her about temptations that she might face as her abilities developed, but they also created internal conflicts about emotions that her traumatic childhood had made particularly intense and difficult to manage. The relationship that developed between master and student was complicated by factors that neither of them fully understood or acknowledged. Narek's genuine care for Asage's welfare was tinged with guilt about his inability to protect her from the trauma she had already experienced, while her attachment to him was intensified by the desperate need to believe that someone would never abandon her as her family had been forced to do through death. Their partnership during Rat Attack's ongoing civil conflicts provided opportunities for Asajj to apply her training in real-world situations, while also exposing both of them to the moral complexities that arose when Jedi principles encountered political realities. The warlords who oppressed Rat Attack's population were clearly evil by any reasonable standard, but their defeat often required tactics and decisions that challenged traditional Jedi approaches to conflict resolution. Narek's attempts to maintain his moral principles while operating in an environment that rewarded ruthlessness and punished mercy created philosophical tensions that he struggled to resolve satisfactorily. His growing pragmatism and willingness to compromise traditional Jedi teachings in pursuit of practical results provided Asajj with examples that would influence her own approach to ethical decision-making in later years. The years they spent together fighting Rat Attack's warlords were marked by genuine partnership and mutual respect that gradually developed into something resembling a healthy family relationship. Narex became not just Asajj's teacher, but the father figure she had lost during childhood, while she represented his hope for redemption and proof that even the most damaged individuals could be guided toward constructive purposes. But their happiness and mutual support existed within circumstances that made permanent stability impossible. Ratatak's political situation was too chaotic and violent to allow for the kind of peaceful development that might have enabled Asajj to complete her psychological healing and achieve genuine mastery over her emotional responses to stress and provocation. The assassination that claimed Narek's life was not the result of some grand conspiracy or calculated political maneuver, but represented the kind of random violence that made Ratatak such a dangerous place for anyone whose principles prevented them from responding to threats with immediate and overwhelming retaliation. The warlord who ordered his death had no understanding of what he was unleashing, but his actions destroyed the one relationship that might have anchored Asajj's moral development permanently in the light side. Her response to Narek's murder revealed how incomplete her emotional healing had been, despite years of training and guidance. The rage that consumed her was not the clean anger of righteous fury, but something darker and more destructive, fueled by abandonment trauma that had never been fully resolved and now found expression through abilities that had been enhanced far beyond normal human levels. The campaign of revenge that followed Narek's death transformed Asajj from promising Jedi apprentice into something that bore only superficial resemblance to the person she had been during their partnership. Her systematic elimination of everyone connected to her master's assassination was conducted with a combination of technical skill and emotional detachment that demonstrated both her training and her psychological damage. More significantly, her assumption of leadership over the very forces that had once opposed her and Narek revealed how completely her moral framework had been inverted by grief and rage. The warlord army that she conquered and commanded represented everything that her Jedi training had taught her to oppose, but it also provided her with the power and authority necessary to impose her will on a world that had taken everything she valued. Her reputation as Ratatak's most effective and ruthless warlord eventually attracted attention from outside the planet, including representatives of Count Dooku, who recognized her potential value as an asset in the larger conflicts that were developing throughout the galaxy. The recruitment offer that Dooku extended was presented as an opportunity for her to apply her abilities on a galactic scale while serving causes that transcended Ratatak's provincial disputes. The training that Dooku provided was both continuation of her Jedi education and systematic corruption of everything that Narek had tried to teach her about the proper use of Force abilities. His instruction emphasized power and effectiveness over moral considerations, while his personal example demonstrated that strength and intelligence could achieve objectives that mere goodness could never accomplish. The relationship that developed between them was superficially similar to the partnership she had enjoyed with Narek, but was fundamentally different in ways that she did not immediately recognize or acknowledge. Where Narek had genuinely cared about her welfare and development as a person, Dooku viewed her primarily as a useful tool whose continued effectiveness required careful maintenance and strategic deployment. His interest in her abilities and potential was real, but it was the interest of someone evaluating an asset rather than nurturing a student. The training he provided was designed to enhance her capabilities as an assassin and military commander, rather than to address the psychological wounds that continued to influence her decision-making processes and emotional responses. The missions that established her reputation as one of the Clone Wars' most effective covert operatives provided her with opportunities to demonstrate her exceptional abilities, while also reinforcing behavioral patterns that took her further from any possibility of redemption or return to the light side. Each successful assassination and military victory validated Dooku's approach to her education, while making her increasingly dependent on his approval and guidance. But the relationship also contained the seeds of its own destruction, because Dooku's ultimate loyalty was to his own master rather than to any of his apprentices or students. When political circumstances made Asajj's continued existence inconvenient for larger strategic purposes, his willingness to sacrifice her demonstrated both his true priorities and the fundamental difference between his approach to mentorship and the genuine care that Narek had provided. The betrayal that followed Darth Sidious's order to eliminate her was conducted with the same calculated efficiency that had characterized Dooku's approach to her training. The assassination attempt was designed to appear accidental while ensuring that any potential witnesses would be eliminated, along with the primary target protecting Dooku from retaliation while serving his master's larger strategic objectives. Her survival of this betrayal and subsequent quest for revenge represented both return to familiar patterns and evolution beyond her previous limitations. The rage that motivated her campaign against Dooku was similar to what she had experienced after Narek's death, but her methods and objectives demonstrated understanding of political and military strategy that exceeded anything she had achieved during her time as Ratatak's warlord. The alliance with her Night Sister heritage that provided her with resources for opposing Dooku also represented connection to family traditions that predated her traumatic childhood experiences. The magic and cultural practices that Mother Talzin shared with her offered alternative approaches to power that were neither Jedi nor Sith in their fundamental orientations, providing her with options that transcended the binary choice between light and dark that had defined most of her adult existence. Her eventual sacrifice in service of others' welfare represented the culmination of a character arc that had taken her through every possible extreme of moral development, before finally returning her to principles that Narek would have recognized and approved. The choice to protect innocent lives at the cost of her own demonstrated that the capacity for redemption had survived despite everything she had experienced and everything she had done in response to abandonment and betrayal. In death, Asajj Ventress became a symbol of both the tragedy of potential corrupted by circumstances and the possibility that even the most damaged individuals could find their way back to moral clarity when faced with choices that mattered more than personal survival or revenge. Her story served as a reminder that heroes and villains were often separated by nothing more than the presence or absence of people who cared about their welfare enough to provide guidance and support during critical moments of moral development. But her legacy also demonstrated that the galaxy's conflicts had created countless individuals whose psychological wounds and truncated moral development made them vulnerable to manipulation by forces that understood how to exploit trauma and abandonment for political purposes. The patterns that had shaped her story would be repeated throughout the galaxy as long as war and political instability continued to destroy the family relationships and community structures that provided most beings with their fundamental moral education. On the desert world of Tatooine, far from the grand political machinations that consumed the galaxy's attention during the Clone Wars and beyond, there existed a different kind of empire altogether. One built not on military conquest or political manipulation, but on the simple recognition that sentient beings' weaknesses could be systematically exploited for profit by those patient and ruthless enough to understand the mathematics of vice and desperation. Jabba the Hutt had not achieved his position as the Outer Rim's most powerful crime lord through accidents of birth or momentary opportunities, but through the methodical application of principles that his species had refined over centuries of expansion throughout the galaxy's criminal underworld. The Hutts had long understood that lasting power came not from inspiring loyalty or fear alone, but from making oneself indispensable to the very systems that others depended upon for survival. The criminal empire that Jabba inherited and expanded represented the culmination of generations of careful planning and strategic positioning by Hutt families who had recognized early in galactic history that legitimate governments would always create profitable opportunities for those willing to provide services that official institutions could not or would not offer. Smuggling, gambling, slavery, and protection rackets were not simply criminal enterprises but essential economic functions that filled gaps in the legal marketplace. Tatooine's position on the edge of civilized space made it an ideal headquarters for operations that required distance from both Republic and later Imperial oversight. The planet's harsh environment and sparse population ensured that government authorities would have little interest in maintaining extensive law enforcement presence, while its location at the intersection of multiple hyperspace routes made it valuable as a staging point for interstellar criminal operations. The palace that became synonymous with Jabba's power was not simply a residence but a carefully designed psychological weapon that communicated both his wealth and his willingness to use violence against those who challenged his authority. Every architectural detail, from the imposing entrance to the throne room's elevated platform, was calculated to inspire appropriate emotional responses in visitors who might be considering whether cooperation or resistance offered better prospects for survival. The court that surrounded Jabba represented a cross-section of the galaxy's criminal element, each individual chosen not just for their specific skills, but for their psychological profiles and the particular forms of intimidation or expertise they could provide. Musicians, dancers, bodyguards, and advisors were all components in a carefully orchestrated display of power that served multiple functions simultaneously. Bib Fortuna's role as Major Domo demonstrated Jabba's understanding that effective delegation required finding subordinates whose personal limitations made them unlikely to develop independent ambitions that might threaten organizational stability. The Twi'lek's intelligence and administrative competence made him valuable for managing day-to-day operations, while his cowardice and moral flexibility ensured that he would never pose a serious challenge to Jabba's ultimate authority. The presence of beings like Salacious Crumb served psychological functions that extended beyond simple entertainment, providing constant reminders of what happened to those who displeased the crime lord, while also demonstrating his power to maintain creatures whose only purpose was their owner's amusement. The casual cruelty that characterized these relationships was not sadism for its own sake, but calculated demonstration of the arbitrary power that Jabba exercised over everyone within his sphere of influence. The rancor pit that dominated the palace's lower levels represented the ultimate expression of Jabba's approach to discipline and deterrence. The creature that inhabited this artificial environment was not simply an execution method, but a symbol of the natural law that Jabba claimed to represent, the principle that strength alone determined survival and that mercy was a luxury that successful predators could not afford to indulge. The feeding rituals that regularly provided entertainment for Jabba's court served multiple purposes beyond simple spectacle. They reinforced hierarchical relationships by forcing witnesses to participate in or observe acts of violence, while also providing practical demonstrations of the consequences that awaited those who challenged the crime lord's authority or failed to meet their obligations to his organization. The criminal enterprises that generated Jabba's wealth were diversified across multiple sectors and revenue streams, ensuring that disruption of any single operation would not threaten the overall organization's stability or profitability. Smuggling operations provided steady income while also creating networks of contacts and obligations that could be leveraged for other purposes, while gambling establishments offered opportunities to acquire information and exert influence over individuals whose addictions made them vulnerable to manipulation. The slavery operations that formed a significant component of Jabba's business model were not simply matters of economic exploitation, but represented systematic dehumanization processes that served broader organizational objectives. Slaves provided not just labor, but living examples of what happened to those who fell into debt or otherwise became vulnerable to Jabba's power, while also creating psychological barriers that prevented potential opponents from viewing themselves as fundamentally different from the crime lord's existing victims. The protection rackets that extended Jabba's influence throughout Tatooine's settlements operated according to principles that his organization had refined through decades of experimentation with different approaches to extracting tribute from vulnerable populations. The key was to provide just enough actual protection to justify the payments while ensuring that the protection was contingent upon continued cooperation and payment of fees that gradually increased over time. His relationship with bounty hunters like Boba Fett represented a different category of criminal association, one based on mutual professional respect rather than simple dominance and submission. Jabba understood that the galaxy's most effective manhunters possessed skills and independence that made them valuable allies but dangerous enemies, requiring management approaches that balanced his need for their services with recognition of their capacity for retaliation if mistreated. The carbonite-frozen Han Solo that became the centerpiece of Jabba's throne room decoration served multiple symbolic and practical purposes within the crime lord's carefully constructed image. The display demonstrated his reach and capabilities to potential enemies, while also providing a constant reminder to his subordinates about the consequences of betrayal or failure to honor agreements. But the trophy also represented a miscalculation that revealed limitations in Jabba's understanding of the psychological dynamics that governed relationships between individuals whose bonds transcended simple business arrangements. His assumption that Solo's friends would eventually accept his fate or lose interest in rescue attempts underestimated the emotional connections that could motivate people to take extraordinary risks for causes that offered no obvious material benefits. The rescue operation that Luke Skywalker organized demonstrated both the effectiveness of Jabba's security arrangements and their vulnerability to opponents whose motivations and capabilities fell outside the normal parameters of criminal conflict. The young Jedi's approach to the problem combined traditional infiltration techniques with force abilities that Jabba's organization had no experience countering or even recognizing as genuine threats. The sequence of events that led to Jabba's death aboard his sail barge revealed how completely his confidence in conventional power dynamics had blinded him to the possibility that his victims might possess resources and determination that exceeded his organization's capacity to contain or control. The princess who strangled him with the very chains that had symbolized her captivity represented the ultimate reversal of the power relationships that had defined his criminal career. His death marked the end of an era in Outer Rim criminal politics, eliminating a stabilizing force that had maintained relative order among competing criminal factions for decades. The power vacuum that resulted from his elimination led to increased violence and instability throughout the region as various successors competed for control of his former territories and business operations. The criminal organization that survived him briefly continued to operate under different leadership, but without Jabba's personal charisma and strategic vision, it gradually fragmented into smaller and less effective groups that lacked the coordination and discipline necessary for maintaining the integrated criminal empire that he had built over decades of careful planning and expansion. The palace that had symbolized his power became a monument to the transitory nature of criminal authority, its empty halls and abandoned chambers serving as reminders that even the most seemingly permanent criminal empires were ultimately dependent upon the individuals whose vision and ruthlessness had created them. But perhaps more significantly, Jabba's story demonstrated the symbiotic relationship that existed between official corruption and criminal enterprise throughout the galaxy. His operations had thrived, not in spite of government oversight, but because of the systematic failures and moral compromises that characterized both Republic and Imperial administration of frontier regions. The economic functions that his organization had provided continued to be necessary even after his death, ensuring that other criminals would eventually establish similar operations to fill the market, niches that legitimate businesses and government agencies remained unable or unwilling to address effectively. The underlying conditions that had made his criminal empire profitable remained unchanged despite the elimination of its most visible representative. His legacy extended beyond the specific criminal enterprises he had controlled to encompass the demonstration that systematic exploitation of human weakness could generate enormous wealth and power for those who understood how to organize such activities efficiently. The methods he had developed for managing criminal organizations, maintaining discipline among subordinates, and extracting maximum profit from illegal activities became templates that other crime lords throughout the galaxy would study and adapt to their own circumstances. The cultural impact of his criminal empire also influenced broader galactic attitudes toward law enforcement, legitimate business practices, and the proper relationship between government authority and private enterprise. His success had demonstrated that official institutions could be circumvented or co-opted by sufficiently organized and well-funded private interests, creating cynicism about the effectiveness of legal remedies for social and economic problems. In death, Jabba the Hutt became both cautionary tale and inspiration, depending upon the perspective of those who studied his career and methods. For law enforcement officials and legitimate business leaders, his story served as a warning about the consequences of allowing criminal organizations to establish territorial control and economic influence. For aspiring criminals and corrupt officials, his example provided a roadmap for building sustainable illegal enterprises that could operate profitably despite government opposition. But ultimately, his significance lay not in the specific crimes he had committed, or the particular victims he had exploited, but in his demonstration that evil could be systematic, efficient, and remarkably successful when it was organized according to sound business principles and strategic thinking. His criminal empire had proven that vice and exploitation could be as profitable as any legitimate enterprise when they were managed with sufficient intelligence and ruthlessness. The vacuum left by his death would eventually be filled by other criminals whose methods and objectives built upon the foundations he had established, ensuring that his influence on galactic criminal culture would outlive his personal reign by generations. But the immediate aftermath of his elimination created opportunities for those who had served the Empire's enforcement apparatus to apply their skills and organizational experience in new contexts where official authority had proven inadequate to maintain order. In the aftermath of Order 66, as the galaxy struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the Jedi Order's destruction and the systematic elimination of beings who had served as peacekeepers for over 1,000 years, few understood that some Jedi had survived the initial purge not through luck or superior combat skills, but through a far more terrible fate than simple death. The Inquisitorius represented Emperor Palpatine's recognition that the complete elimination of Force-sensitive opposition would require more than clone trooper execution squads or conventional military forces. The surviving Jedi who had escaped the initial wave of killings would be experienced, desperate, and intimately familiar with Imperial tactics and capabilities. Hunting them would require opponents who understood Jedi psychology, training methods, and combat techniques from personal experience. The solution was as elegant as it was horrifying. Transform captured Jedi into weapons against their former comrades, using their own knowledge and abilities to track down and eliminate the survivors who posed ongoing threats to Imperial stability. The process that created the Inquisitors was not simply a matter of interrogation and brainwashing, but a systematic reconstruction of personality and moral framework that left victims technically alive while destroying everything that had made them recognizably Jedi. The Grand Inquisitor who led this organization embodied both its potential and its fundamental tragedy. His background as a Jedi Temple guard during the Republic's final years had provided him with exactly the kind of institutional knowledge and combat experience that made him valuable for hunting his former colleagues, but it also meant that his corruption represented the perversion of someone whose entire existence had been dedicated to protecting the very order he was now charged with destroying. The Temple Guards had represented the Jedi Order's martial elite, warriors whose dedication to protecting sacred sites and defending their fellow Jedi against external threats was considered absolute and unquestionable. Their distinctive masks and ceremonial weapons marked them as beings who had transcended individual identity in service of institutional preservation, making their fall to the dark side particularly symbolic of the broader corruption that had consumed galactic civilization. His transformation from protector to predator had been accomplished through techniques that combined physical torture with psychological manipulation in ways calculated to break down the moral certainties that had anchored his original identity. The process had required months of careful work by specialists who understood both Jedi philosophy and the specific vulnerabilities that could be exploited to turn dedication into obsession and righteousness into cruelty. The spinning lightsaber design that became the Inquisitor's signature weapon served both practical and psychological purposes within their assigned roles. The technical complexity of wielding such devices demonstrated their advanced training and supernatural abilities to potential opponents, while the weapon's intimidating appearance and unusual combat applications created fear and confusion among targets who had been trained to fight against conventional lightsaber techniques. But perhaps more significantly, the spinning blades represented a visible symbol of how completely the Inquisitors had been changed from their original nature. Where traditional Jedi lightsabers were tools of precision and restraint, designed to end conflicts with minimal violence and maximum protection for innocent bystanders, the Inquisitor weapons were clearly designed for intimidation and destruction, optimized for creating terror rather than achieving strategic objectives with minimum necessary force. The fifth brother and seventh sister, who served alongside the Grand Inquisitor, represented different approaches to the same basic transformation process, demonstrating that corruption could take multiple forms depending upon the specific vulnerabilities and psychological profiles of the individuals being targeted. Their backgrounds as former Jedi provided them with complementary skills and knowledge that made them effective as a hunting team, while also ensuring that their personal relationships were based on mutual understanding of shared betrayal rather than genuine trust or affection. The fifth brother's aggressive combat style and preference for direct confrontation reflected a personality that had been reshaped to channel anger and frustration into useful forms of violence, while his obvious emotional instability served as a constant reminder of the psychological costs that transformation had exacted. His effectiveness as a hunter was undeniable, but his unpredictability and lack of impulse control made him dangerous to allies as well as enemies. The seventh sister's more subtle approach to hunting and her use of probe droids for surveillance and reconnaissance demonstrated that the Inquisitor program had been designed to accommodate different personality types and skill sets rather than forcing all subjects into identical roles. Her background appeared to have included intelligence work or investigation specialties that translated well into tracking and capturing fugitive Jedi who relied on stealth and concealment for survival. The relationship dynamics that developed among the Inquisitors reflected the artificial nature of their shared identity and purpose. Unlike genuine military units or even typical criminal organizations, they lacked the natural bonds of loyalty, mutual respect, and common interest that normally held such groups together. Their cooperation was based primarily on shared programming and the understanding that failure to work together would result in punishment from superiors whose methods made their original corruption seem merciful by comparison. Their hunting methods combined advanced technology with force abilities and traditional investigation techniques in ways that made them uniquely effective against opponents who might have been able to evade purely conventional pursuit. Their understanding of Jedi psychology allowed them to predict likely hiding places, escape routes, and the kinds of civilian populations that fugitive Jedi might try to protect or blend in with. But their effectiveness was also limited by the very factors that had made their creation possible. The psychological damage that had enabled their transformation into dark side practitioners also made them unreliable in situations that required subtle judgment, emotional intelligence, or the ability to inspire genuine loyalty in subordinates or local populations. Their failures, when they occurred, were often spectacular and public, creating exactly the kind of attention and sympathy for Jedi survivors that the Imperial propaganda machine was trying to prevent. High-profile confrontations with obviously corrupted former Jedi, served to remind civilian populations of what the Empire was willing to do to anyone who opposed its authority, potentially generating more opposition than the original Jedi survivors might have inspired on their own. The individual deaths of various inquisitors throughout the Imperial period served multiple narrative purposes within the broader story of the Empire's rise and fall. Each defeat demonstrated that redemption remained possible, even for those who seemed most completely lost to the dark side, while also proving that the Empire's resources and capabilities, however impressive, were not unlimited or invincible. The Grand Inquisitor's suicide, rather than face capture or continued service under conditions he could no longer tolerate, represented a final assertion of individual will against the systematic dehumanization that had defined his existence since his corruption. His choice to die rather than continue serving purposes that violated his deepest remaining convictions suggested that some core of his original identity had survived the transformation process. The psychological profiles of the various inquisitors revealed common patterns that illustrated both the Empire's understanding of Force-sensitive psychology and the limitations of artificial corruption techniques. Most had been individuals whose dedication to Jedi principles had been motivated more by institutional loyalty than by genuine philosophical conviction, making them vulnerable to arguments that their order had betrayed its own ideals through political involvement or failure to protect innocent populations. Their shared experience of betrayal and abandonment created bonds among them that were based more on mutual recognition of shared trauma than on genuine affection or respect. This commonality made them effective as a group, while also ensuring that their relationships remained fundamentally hollow and unsatisfying, contributing to the psychological instability that characterized most inquisitors throughout their period of service. The program's ultimate failure was not simply a matter of individual inquisitors being defeated or turning against their masters, but reflected fundamental contradictions in the concept of weaponized Force users who retained enough independence to be effective hunters while remaining sufficiently controlled to serve Imperial purposes reliably. The psychological manipulation required to create them inevitably damaged the very qualities that made them useful, while the independence necessary for effective hunting created opportunities for rebellion or defection. The legacy of the Inquisitorius extended beyond their immediate impact on Jedi survivors to encompass broader questions about identity, redemption, and the possibility of recovering from systematic psychological abuse. Their stories served as reminders that even the most complete apparent corruption might leave room for eventual moral recovery, while also demonstrating the enormous costs that such recovery typically required. Their existence also provided evidence of the Empire's sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and its willingness to invest enormous resources in programs designed to turn victims into perpetrators of the same crimes that had originally been committed against them. The techniques developed for creating inquisitors would influence Imperial approaches to prisoner interrogation, population control, and the management of potentially rebellious individuals throughout the Imperial period. In death, the various inquisitors became symbols of both the tragedy of potential corrupted by systematic evil and the possibility that individual choice could ultimately triumph over even the most comprehensive attempts at psychological control. Their stories demonstrated that the line between victim and perpetrator was often far more complex than simple moral categories might suggest, while also affirming that redemption remained possible for those willing to pay its price. But perhaps most significantly, their existence served as a warning about the seductive appeal of arguments that justified moral compromise in service of larger institutional goals or the greater good. Their original corruption had been accomplished not through crude threats or obvious bribery, but through sophisticated reasoning that made betrayal of their principles seem like the most rational and responsible course of action available under the circumstances. The patterns that had enabled their creation would continue to operate throughout the galaxy as long as individuals could be convinced that their personal moral standards were less important than achieving objectives that served broader purposes. creating opportunities for those who understood how to exploit such reasoning for their own benefit, and these opportunities would prove most attractive to those whose ambitions had been frustrated by the Empire's collapse, but whose dedication to authoritarian principles remained undiminished by defeat. In the power vacuum that followed the Battle of Endor and the Emperor's apparent death, the galaxy witnessed the emergence of numerous successor organizations that claimed to represent the Empire's legitimate continuation while actually embodying different aspects of the corrupt system that had been destroyed. Among these various claimants to imperial authority, the most significant would prove to be those who understood that the Empire's ultimate failure had resulted not from flawed ideology, but from inadequate leadership and insufficient commitment to the principles that had made imperial dominance possible. Captain Phasma represented one approach to this challenge, embodying the transformation of imperial military professionalism into something that transcended traditional concepts of loyalty or institutional service. Her background on the post-apocalyptic world of Parnassus had prepared her for the kind of survival-focused thinking that the post-imperial galaxy would reward, while her natural intelligence and adaptability made her valuable to organizations that needed competent leadership, regardless of moral considerations. The chrome armor that became her signature was not simply protective equipment or status symbol, but a psychological tool that communicated both her superiority to ordinary stormtroopers and her complete commitment to the First Order's vision of restored imperial greatness. The reflective surface that allowed no glimpse of the person beneath served as a perfect metaphor for the kind of institutional loyalty that placed organizational success above personal relationships or individual moral qualms. Her role in the First Order's stormtrooper training programs demonstrated both the evolution of imperial military doctrine and the systematic application of lessons learned from the original Empire's failures, where imperial stormtroopers had been recruited from diverse backgrounds and motivated primarily by pay and patriotic sentiment. First Order troops were conditioned from childhood to view absolute obedience as the highest virtue and individual identity as a dangerous weakness. The techniques she employed for breaking down recruits' psychological resistance and rebuilding their personalities according to First Order specifications represented refinements of methods that had been developed through decades of experimentation with behavior modification and identity reconstruction. Her success in creating soldiers whose loyalty was literally unshakable came at the cost of eliminating the independent thinking and moral flexibility that had occasionally allowed imperial forces to adapt to unexpected circumstances. Her personal philosophy of survival at any cost provided both strength and vulnerability within the First Order's command structure. Her willingness to betray the organization itself when circumstances made such betrayal seem necessary for her personal survival demonstrated that her commitment to First Order ideology was ultimately instrumental rather than genuine, making her effective as a leader while also ensuring that her reliability remained contingent upon continued success and favorable circumstances. Director Orson Krennic represented a different type of imperial successor, one whose dedication to technological solutions and bureaucratic excellence reflected genuine belief in the Empire's civilizing mission despite clear evidence of its moral bankruptcy. His obsession with the Death Star project had survived the original battle station's destruction and the Empire's subsequent collapse, evolving into a broader commitment to the idea that superior engineering and project management could solve any political or military challenge. His background in Imperial weapons development had provided him with both the technical expertise and the institutional connections necessary for continuing advanced research projects despite the collapse of the governmental structures that had originally funded such work. The continuation of superweapon development through First Order channels represented not just institutional survival, but validation of his core belief that technological superiority was the key to lasting political dominance. The rivalry with other Imperial survivors that had characterized his original career continued to influence his relationships within First Order hierarchy, creating both opportunities for advancement and vulnerabilities that more politically sophisticated colleagues could exploit. His focus on technical excellence and measurable achievements made him valuable for specific projects, while also limiting his influence over broader strategic planning and organizational policy. His eventual death represented both personal tragedy and institutional loss for the First Order, eliminating someone whose expertise and dedication had been essential for maintaining the technological edge that differentiated their forces from other Imperial successor organizations. The projects he had initiated continued under different leadership, but without his vision and attention to detail, they gradually became less innovative and more derivative of earlier Imperial designs. Moff Gideon embodied yet another approach to Imperial succession, one that emphasized intelligence gathering, strategic patience, and the systematic exploitation of information advantages to achieve objectives that more conventional military leaders might consider impossible. His background in Imperial intelligence had taught him that lasting victory required understanding enemies' motivations and capabilities better than they understood themselves. The Darksaber that became his signature weapon represented both practical tool and powerful symbol within Mandalorian culture, providing him with leverage over populations whose warrior traditions made them naturally resistant to Imperial authority. His recognition of the weapon's cultural significance and his willingness to use it for psychological manipulation rather than simple combat demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of local politics that had made him effective as an intelligence officer. His interest in force-sensitive individuals and their potential military applications reflected the Empire's ongoing commitment to developing capabilities that could counter Jedi or other Force users who might threaten Imperial authority. The cloning experiments and genetic research that he supervised represented continuations of projects that had begun during the original Empire's height, but had been interrupted by political instability and resource constraints. His approach to managing Imperial remnant forces emphasized quality over quantity, creating small but highly effective units whose superior training and equipment could achieve objectives that larger but less disciplined organizations would find impossible. The psychological impact of these elite forces extended far beyond their actual military capabilities, creating fear and uncertainty among New Republic forces who never knew when or where they might encounter Imperial troops whose competence exceeded anything they had been trained to expect. His ultimate defeat came through the same cultural understanding that had made him dangerous, as his opponents learned to exploit his reliance on intelligence and planning by providing him with false information that led to strategic miscalculations. The irony of his downfall was that his greatest strength became his most significant vulnerability when enemies who understood his methods began using those methods against him. The relationships among these various Imperial successors reflected both the competition for resources and influence that characterized the post-Imperial period and the fundamental ideological commitments that united them despite their personal rivalries. Their shared belief in authoritarian governance, technological solutions to political problems, and the necessity of strong leadership provided common ground that enabled cooperation even when personal interests might have suggested conflict. The First Order that emerged from their combined efforts represented not simply a restoration of Imperial institutions, but an evolution of Imperial ideology that addressed some of the weaknesses that had contributed to the original Empire's downfall. The emphasis on childhood indoctrination, technological innovation, and elite military units reflected lessons learned from studying the Empire's failures and adapting its methods to changed galactic circumstances. But the organization also inherited many of the fundamental flaws that had made the original Empire vulnerable to internal rebellion and external opposition. The emphasis on personal loyalty over institutional competence, the preference for intimidation over genuine popular support, and the tendency to view all opposition as evidence of moral or intellectual inadequacy created the same kinds of blind spots and strategic vulnerabilities that had ultimately destroyed their predecessor. Their individual deaths and defeats served as reminders that competence and dedication were not sufficient to overcome the fundamental contradictions inherent in any system based on the systematic oppression of those it claimed to serve. The technological advantages and superior organization that had made them dangerous ultimately proved inadequate when confronted with opponents whose motivations and capabilities transcended the narrow parameters within which authoritarian thinking could operate effectively. The legacy of these imperial successes extended beyond their immediate impact on galactic politics to encompass broader questions about institutional continuity, ideological evolution, and the conditions that enable authoritarian movements to survive and adapt despite apparently decisive defeats. Their stories demonstrated that the destruction of specific organizations or elimination of particular leaders did not automatically eliminate the underlying conditions that had made such movements appealing to significant portions of galactic population. Their combined influence on subsequent galactic history would be felt not through the specific organizations they had led, but through the demonstration that authoritarian ideology could evolve and adapt to changing circumstances while retaining its essential character and appeal. The techniques they had developed for maintaining discipline, inspiring loyalty, and achieving military objectives would be studied and emulated by future authoritarians who learned from their mistakes while building upon their innovations. In death, they became both cautionary tales about the persistence of authoritarian sentiment and inspiration for those who believed that strong leadership and technological superiority could solve problems that democratic institutions seemed unable to address effectively. Their stories served as reminders that the appeal of authoritarianism was not limited to specific historical periods or cultural contexts, but represented a permanent temptation that would require constant vigilance and active opposition to prevent from overwhelming the more fragile institutions of democratic governance. But even as their immediate threat was eliminated, the galaxy would discover that their activities had been merely the visible manifestation of deeper and more persistent dangers that had been developing in secret for decades, forces whose patience and resources exceeded anything that previous opponents had possessed, and whose ultimate objectives remained hidden from those who believed they had achieved final victory over the dark side's influence.